Madam Mayor, it's 6 o'clock.
All right, everyone. Good evening. I'd like to call this Monday, August 19th, City Commission work session to order and ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Pam Triolo,
Here.
Vice Mayor Andy Amoroso,
Here.
Commissioner Scott Maxwell,
Here.
Commissioner Omari Hardy,
Here.
Commissioner Herman Robinson.
Here.
Thank you.
If everyone would please rise for the pledge, led by Commissioner Hardy. Thank you. I'm going to ask if you can just keep personal comments during our discussions down to a minimum, please. I'm going to make sure that we give everyone a chance to get up and speak on this project tonight. There's one item on the agenda. I know there's many items in the backup if you've read them, but it's lumped in as one item. So you will have 2 minutes to get up and speak about it. So get your card in again now. Make sure that's filled out, that blue one, because once I've called the last card and I've asked the city manager if there are any more cards, you won't be able to present your cards. Okay, so they're in the back right by the door that you came in. There's pencils back there too if you need one. All right, let us begin. Who's going to be starting?
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, good evening.
Evening.
Good evening. I just wanted to open up by, before Juan goes into a little more deeper explanation about how we've gotten to this point, but I wanted to impress on everyone that truly what we've been trying to do through this process is to create a context and a process for you to take some issues, some that are passionate, some that we haven't genuinely developed a lot of empirical data that we're trying to create for you, so that you can come to reasonable decisions about where you want these resources to go. And as this has evolved over many months, we've already had 12 meetings on sales tax items. And I would imagine as this process continues and as you have more questions and want to provide direction to the staff, that that will continue. And that's okay, because we want to make sure that you have the information you need to make the best choices. So in that sense of this is a process, we're going to go to the next step, and Juan's going to give you, my Assistant City Manager Juan Ruiz, a quick overview of how we got to where we are today and some of the important facts for that. Oh, that's not a good sign. You nervous? He's got stage fright.
Hardly. Madam Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. Juan Ruiz, Assistant City Manager. And as Mike alluded to, I'm going to run you guys through real quick, basically a recap of how we got to today. And before I do that, I want to read some things in detail, because it's been a while. I know we've had 12 meetings. I think last time we met was in July. But here's the exact ballot language that was passed with the county sales tax. To enhance education by improving district-owned school buildings, equipment, technology, and security, purchase school buses, public safety vehicles, and equipment, construct and repair roads, bridges, signals, streetlights, sidewalks, parks, drainage, shoreline, and wastewater infrastructure, recreational and governmental facilities. As we move forward, the definition per the state statute of infrastructure means any fixed capital expenditure, fixed capital costs associated with the construction, reconstruction, or improvement of public facilities that have a life expectancy of 5 or more years, and any land acquisition, land improvement, design, and engineering costs related. So those two pieces of information are important, as we've talked about before, as we move through on deciding how we want to invest this pot of money that the city's receiving through the county sales tax. Again, here's just a graphic of some different examples. Again, some of the cities in the county are a little bit further ahead. They had 5-year CIP plans that were basically funded through a lot of this pot of money. Every city's a little different, but again, a lot of the guys were out ahead of us once this pot of money came to realization. Again, here's just a recap of all the meetings. This is dating back to July 2017. We've been meeting and discussing. And then to Mike's point, with the city with so many needs, it's important that we take our time and really provide you guys with data that you can base a good decision off of. At that first meeting back in 2017, we kind of did a straw poll. And we did it again in February a couple years later. And I think you'll notice a lot of similarities between the two different tests or straw polling that we took. And I won't go through it in great detail. It's in your backup. But again, we did the same straw poll 2 years later. And you can see a lot of similarities with the rankings. And again, it reads from top to bottom. For example, the mayor's, neighborhood roads, Commissioner Maxwell neighborhood roads, downtown parking garage, Commissioner Emma Rose, so Commissioner Hart neighborhood roads, and Commissioner Robinson Beach Complex. And if you cycle back, it's almost, I think it's pretty much identical. So moving forward, here's a recap of what we have spent through those various meetings. Investment into the Park of Commerce, that was improvements to Batwell Road. Address parking in the downtown, and that was obviously the acquisition of property for surface parking lot to be developed. And then address issues at the beach complex, and that really surrounds around the first design concepts that CPZ did for us. That was the big portfolio of options there. And then we've done some miscellaneous improvements, our LPR system and our surveillance cameras throughout the city.
It's license plate readers.
License plate readers, to clarify, automated license plate readers, which have shown to be very beneficial for PBSO. So again, here's a more detailed breakdown of the actual projects and the money invested to each one. And I won't go through each one in detail, but if you notice the last one, that was our last one, and that's what's brought us to tonight partially, and that was design phase services for the pool. Again, we do have 2 open projects. Even though we've had a lot of conversations, these are two open projects that we're still considering. Number one, not listed in any particular order, downtown parking. If you remember, we had a parking study completed, and you can kind of see some of the other actions that have been taking place as they relate to that. Again, we haven't completed or began the process of evaluating a parking structure in the downtown. There's another step of studying that needs to happen before we get to that point. And then our Lakewood Beach Complex. We did the first conceptual design phase. We did issue the pool design task order, which is number 2, which is what tonight's about. And then based on recommendation from a prior meeting, staff has issued an RFQ for a broker to broker the vacant space in the second floor, with the ballroom. And the feedback hasn't been overwhelmingly large, but we are going to go back out and see if we can reissue it and see if we can get some other brokers to draw some interest and maybe representing the city on those 2 pieces up at the beach complex. And again, some other potential projects. These projects have landed on this page just from conversations internally. Electric utility tie line, shouldn't be as a surprise. A community pool, our public works garage, that's also referred to as our fleet garage. There's also been conversations about potentially investing sales tax money into the casino building grand staircase and service area improvement, which again was part of the initial study and design ideas. There's the beach complex bus shelter. There's the casino building office space, and that's more about we've talked about in the past. Again, what do we do about the vacant space? Do we want to invest in building it out for staff and storage? And then obviously neighborhood roads, as we're coming to the completion of year 4 of our road bond program. Time has flew by. So again, those are just potential projects for conversation's sake. And with that being said, I want to invite Chris Zimmerman and his team with CPZ. He's our architect that we hired to complete task order number 2, including task order number 1. And he's going to come up and run you guys through the PowerPoint presentation, the results of feedback. All right, part of that task order was to meet with you guys one-on-one. Obviously information that was gathered through a public charrette and various other, sales tax meetings that we've had Chris and his team present at. So with that said, I'll invite Chris up and we'll run through that.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. We went ahead and went back to the drawing board, so to speak, at your direction, to concentrate on the pool complex. We did meet with each one of you individually on this concept as just a way to gather ideas and thoughts on what we should do. From this came a lot of discussion, a lot of things we learned, a lot of things that we changed. So with that, we came up with two schemes. We came up with two different schemes to try to elicit ideas and cut one from the other and give you a lot of different concepts that we can do. So with that, this is scheme A. We're going to blow that up a little bit. It is the lesser of the two schemes. Everything's a single-story building on the site. We've got a pool, a zero-entry pool, a splash pad, and a main pool with also some shallow seating area closer to the sunset views. We tried to take the sunset views into account. That came up unanimously across the board as we met with everyone. So we've included, let's go to here, some staff meeting rooms. If we go kind of around this, starting on the right-hand side, there's the lifeguard building. That has a place for lifeguard vehicles, their offices, a little locker room.
Pointer, I'm sorry to interrupt
I don't
you.
think does this work?
Yes, should.
Can't see it up there.
It doesn't.
Doesn't, oh, doesn't work?
It doesn't show up on the screen.
Okay.
Uh,
I've got a big stick.
On the laptop, can you use,
Can you just use the mouse on the laptop?
would you mind terribly? Yeah, I just. Thank you. I'm sorry, just.
Okay, right here. Is this on? This is the lifeguard building. It's got a place for their vehicles. It's got a locker room, and it's got general office staff facilities. The reason it's positioned right here is it has beach access before the berm drops off. So it was positioned here. It also has access for the lifeguards for the pool facility. Going around, this is a glass wall. It kind of opens this up to the whole streetscape that comes down so people can see in to the splash pad area. Then on the corner, we anchored this at the corner with a public restroom facility. It's actually got a cupola on it like a clock tower. I thought that would give a good design feature to that intersection. This long wall is about an 8 or 10 foot glass wall so that you can see back and forth. And part of our landscape plan was possibly do some landscaping that came in and out, low landscaping. It kind of makes it kind of blend. This area is a tiki bar. We did a tiki bar area here. The kitchen is on this side. And then the tiki bar opens to both the public side and the pool side. It gives us both the ability to close this down on the public side or close it down on the pool side, depending on hours of operation. We kept it away from the existing building to allow kind of a gathering space here that actually opens it up to the entry to the pool. So this is the entry to the pool. We've got the porches that go around the casino building. And then this small space here is the ticket booth, administrative office. This is a classroom we were asked to include for training. The lifeguards do a lot of pool training that happens here. This is an equipment room, and there's one piece of equipment for the pool that needs to go here. And then this large restroom is what has showers and locker rooms. And the size of this is based on the square footage of the pool. So that's why it may seem large, but that's based on what we're doing. What's unique here, we did add a second floor area right here. This comes off the second floor balcony and provides an outdoor space that if you're having an entertainment up here or you're doing something here, people can actually come up on here and look out over the pool area. It kind of looks nice, and it'll look out towards the west a little bit as well. Just to go through, this is the public restroom that's on the corner that you saw. It's about 700 square feet. This is the tiki bar, and you can see where tables and bar and seating goes around. That's about 1,000 square feet. We broke these all down so that we could do a good cost estimate on the square footages of all the spaces. One thing I didn't talk about on the previous plan was this. Right underneath this restroom building is the actual pool equipment room and storage room that's down at the parking lot level. This was a blow up of the lifeguard building, the second floor balcony. And then this is a vision, a rendering of what that might look like. Looking out across to the east, and then an aerial view, the tiki bars right here, looking out towards the pool and out that way. Using some sunshades. One of the things we talked about was getting some shade on the deck. So we used some sun screens throughout, and then also some planting on the deck to add some shade. So that's scheme A. Then we took it down and we did a full cost estimate. And there's a full report on where this cost estimate comes out to. But as it breaks down, this is about $9 million total package done. So we're about $1 million over the direction of $8 million that we talked about at the last meeting. So now this includes a 20% contingency. It also includes escalation costs because we know this thing won't be built for at least a year, even if we start it now. So there's some factors in here that build into this so that we're not over budget later on in the project. So what we did was we took all those parts and pieces and put them into a breakdown here to try to understand what could we do to get the project into an $8 million budget. So we took the total, and then that cost estimate was broken down into all the items you could deduct. The second floor deck. That wasn't really asked for in the program. We thought it was a good feature, but that's worth almost $500,000 till we build that roof, connect it, and work with the roofs. The lifeguard building, that's worth about $450,000. So, and then we've got that meeting room in there that was also kind of a bonus space. So those three items would bring this project down to about your $8 million budget. And then we just threw in the other items that were on the cost estimate to see what it would come down to if some of the other items were eliminated. And we just did a pool building. So with that, let me go into scheme B a little bit. This was a little different. Here again, what we've done, we've kept the lifeguard building here, but we shifted the pool entry to this side of the building, of the facility. Kept the public restroom, and we moved the splash pad to the front corner of the site. Put an open green space here and some lounge chairs here, again, trying to promote that sunset view looking out across to the west. Still kept the zero entry pool, still kept the main pool. We did try to keep some sort of rectangular component to this pool, just in case we wanted to run laps in the pool. That was something we wanted to try to keep in. And then these small areas here are covered seating areas within the pool, like benches or something where you could actually sit in the pool. The tiki bar is on this side, and then this is a full second floor, which we'll get into. Every scheme we've worked on, we've tried to develop it so in the future, if you wanted to put this drop off or the stair or anything else, that could happen in the future. Again, underneath here is the mechanics for the pool. This is the driveway you have right now. This actually cantilevers out over the garage door a little bit, and it's in there. So this is a little blow-up view of everything that's there. Again, this is the lifeguard, but it also includes some ticket offices so that this is the entry to the pool. The same public bathroom and the same glass wall. This, though, actually attaches to the existing building. So this is more of an emergency egress and exit for the pool. But this is your tiki bar, and it actually has some dumbwaiters to the second floor. And we'll talk about what's on the second floor in a minute. Some storage rooms here, and then the large bathroom here, a stair to the second floor. This is the second floor. This is a dining area right here for the tiki bar below. This has all big doors that open up, so it's an air-conditioned space. And the dumbwaiter and service areas are right here, so it could be served by the kitchen below. And then this is an outside deck and bar that actually looks out east, looks out over the pool deck, and actually has a better westerly view. It connects right to the second floor balcony of the existing casino building, right through here. Then we get into the staff offices. We've got storage here, and we've got a meeting and training room right here. So these were staff offices we talked about before, the meeting room and a stair down, all of which has a balcony that looks out over the pool deck. The Tiki Bar, that's about just almost 1,100 square feet on the first floor. The administrative offices, storage, and locker rooms. You see here's the lifeguard building that we had before, but you can see we've added to it to take the ticketing to get in and out of the pool area. This is the second floor of the Tiki Bar. This is the enclosed restaurant, service area, and then a large deck outside. The meeting room, the staff offices, and storage. That's a look from looking east. There's your clock tower in the back. Some of the features that you might see on a pool. This is the second floor restaurant area. And then this is looking down into the pool. Those were those seating areas we were talking about, along with a artificial turf is what we were looking for here for green space on the pool deck. And some more umbrellas and shade structures. Here's your second floor balcony by the restaurant that would look out over top of the pool. With that, we had an opinion of cost at about $10.6 million. Okay, so it definitely came in higher, but there's a whole lot more square footage involved, especially on the second floor restaurant area. That breaks down as follows, and it kind of came in at 10.6. The second floor offices and meeting rooms were worth about $750,000. The restaurant, second floor restaurant, added another $450,000.
Was there seating for the restaurant on the ground floor?
Yes, there was.
There was. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that's the same Tiki Bar look. So you have that outdoor seating, the bar around you. Absolutely. So you'd almost have to get, a lot of it to get down to your $8 million. So I can't really tell you how to get down to $8 million and still keep all the amenities that we had built into that plan. So in summary, this was the 9.1 million Scheme A, where everything's one story and has this separation area and entry here. And then the larger Scheme B with the whole second floor restaurant and second floor staff areas.
Does Scheme A have the ability? I saw its rectangular shape in Scheme A. You would think that there would be lap lanes in there, but there is in Scheme A.
In both schemes, you can see that we tried to keep the rectangular form. We just took it beyond a little bit to break up that rigidity of the form. But yes, the lanes are still in there.
I just want to make sure that people can still do laps and the kids can get their lessons and still have that space on top of being a resort style pool too.
Right, and that's what we tried to do real hard here, but we needed those straight lines on either end to try to form that. But yes, those lanes are built in.
Okay.
Let me see.
Mr. Robinson?
I want to thank CPZ and apparently Juan for bringing the two schemes forward. It's another step towards Lake Worth Beach's new and pool and improved casino complex. These are two workable schemes. They include a lot of what was said at the charrette. There's some things missing. And I don't know if we're going to get into the process of deciding tonight. I hope not, because I still have issues with the process itself. I don't know whether this was developed one-on-one. I'm thinking that as a family, we should be sitting at the kitchen table talking about ideas and ways to incorporate and make it the best possible development. I certainly want everybody to understand that this is not a profit center. It's an amenity, It is an economic development. It will bring more people and merchants, more people for the merchants at the beach and downtown, and a more awareness of Lake Worth Beach's vision and commitment to the future. That's about my speech. I don't know what we're going to do tonight. I'd sort of like that laid out and understood before we start. Are we going to talk about penny sales tax too, so that we don't have to talk about the details of the schemes, or are we going to spend all night on the? Do we expect to come to a decision on A or B?
I'd like to sooner than later.
Well,
I'm sure you do too.
I want to. This is so very critical to, and it's a lot of money, and I want it to be spent right, not just to run ahead and take something that, in my opinion, might be better. Should I get into the details, or how do we want to do this?
Did you envision something? Did staff envision some direction in regards to the pool complex as to what we like and what we don't like at this juncture?
It was our step in this process to bring you this version as created by y'all back publicly so y'all can have a conversation at any level. So if y'all decide we're here and available to answer questions, if this is your kitchen table moment, that's fine as well. We're trying to get y'all to engage in some direction for us.
Well, I would say probably if you want to separate it out into two, do you want to have the degree of, what money is left, the amount of money that's left, the projects that need to happen, and then go in. We can probably stick right here and talk about the details of the pool that we like, whatever.
After we decide whether we're going to commit a certain amount of money to it?
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
That's what I'm thinking.
And then we can talk about all the other things that are possible.
You want to talk about the
Roads,
everything first?
parking.
You want to discuss the penny sales tax being used for the different items first, and then we can kind of come back to the pool and revisit.
So you're saying you basically want to move on,
No,
and then
no. He was just saying that we talk about how we want to spend the sales tax money, and then we'll go through the
most
details.
certainly.
Yeah.
Most certainly.
Yeah. Go ahead. You have something?
Sure. I was making some notes, writing down some questions. Okay, so what I noticed, at least to my eyes, and maybe I'm wrong, the pool in the first scheme looks a little more lush and interesting than the pool in the second scheme. Can you walk me through the thought process behind scaling back the pool? Was it basically you kind of like you draw from one end, you put more money into the actual building, and so you didn't feel that you could put as much money into the actual pool itself? Could you just?
It was more to show you different ideas.
Okay.
Is more in all our schemes we didn't want to show you the same pool a second time.
Okay.
Because we wanted to get more input on the type of pool.
Okay.
In scheme B, we did some notches for seating.
Okay.
Here, we did kind of it's not a lazy river, but just a little indentation more to have seating inside that pool with a little landscape.
Okay.
Are
Are they about the same price?
About the same size overall, correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And about the same cost?
Yeah, about the same cost.
Okay. All right.
This
Cool.
one may be a little more in the pool because you do have a little more water area.
Right. Right. Okay. The other thing is, and I'm looking here, it says for the restaurant in Scheme B
Yeah.
that there was 1,687 square feet. Is that for both floors?
For
For the restaurant in Scheme B,
Upper and lower.
was that for upper and lower, or was that just for the second?
hold on.
Because on the slide that I have, it's
Make it-
depicting the second story seemingly. So I just want to make sure that 1687 figure is for.
Give me 1 minute.
Yeah,
You just-
and that doesn't include the exterior decking and balcony, which I,
Yeah, 1687 is the restaurant on the second floor.
on the second floor,
On the
okay.
second floor.
About how much square feet do you have on the first floor?
On the first floor,
For that?
1,067.
1,000, okay, okay, I see.
But remember, on the first floor, you have all that outdoor seating. Up on the second floor, you have indoor seating. That's in a space, so
Okay.
it's a little different there.
Okay, so we got a lot of square footage here. It's a
Yes.
very large restaurant.
Right.
Okay, all right. Do you have an annual cost in mind, or is there a rule of thumb we could use as far as how much it would cost to maintain the structures that you've drawn up here annually in Scheme A or Scheme B?
I do not.
Okay, I think that's important. I think, for Scheme B, you have a restaurant there that you can, lease to someone that you can, recoup some of the money and you can use to maintain some of the other things like the pool, et cetera. But in Scheme A, if the commission decides to go that way, there's limited revenue potential. And if there's limited revenue potential, I want to know that the other things at the beach, like parking, can cover the annual cost required to maintain those structures. It's great to present us with fantastic amenities, but I'm always interested in how much is it going to cost us to maintain the amenities, right? So I think that's an important part of the question. Learning from the past. So we had an issue on the second floor with water.
We can't talk about it.
We can, well, what I'll say is we had an issue, a problem. The problem resulted in some litigation. There was some finger pointing in the litigation. Just don't want to make sure that the same thing repeats itself. So what do you have here in the design? How do you address the possibility of water intrusion into the interior of the second floor structures, right, with design?
Phones off, please.
Careful detailing of all the waterproofing from the slab up,
Okay.
So,
I would like
depending on
Same
which.
way we-
some information
first
about
floor.
these details.
Well, no problem. At this point, we're only in schematic design.
Right.
So as we would move any scheme forward, we would decide what details we need to focus on. And if, let's say we stay with this second floor restaurant and the balcony, there are specialists out there on our consultant team that deal with waterproofing.
Okay.
And to engage them with the right details and the protection of that waterproofing system as well. If we're doing a second floor balcony and there's occupiable space down below, that there needs to be something on there that makes up that system so that the waterproofing is waterproofing and the wear system on top of that is different.
Okay. Well, I think I've addressed all my issues here. And are we going to discuss at some other time this meeting items that are not here in this backup? Okay. So at a different time this meeting, we're going to have a larger discussion about the penny sales tax. Okay,
You only get so many forms.
for sure. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Now, when Commissioner Hardy was mentioning that, I said it's always been my goal when discussing a future pool to have the ability to still have lessons and lap swimming and whatever, but to also have, the two issues that Commissioner Hardy addressed were, the issues that we had in the past. Sorry, I said the but we're not sitting here with an empty space up on top there because we wanted to have an empty space on top there. We're sitting there because we had a lot of water leakage and issues on that second story. So we weren't able, it wasn't like we just weren't leasing it. We weren't able to because we physically couldn't. And that issue was just resolved last year, I think it is. And also our staff didn't have offices, so they were operating out of that empty shell, of a space just to run events there. And I asked the city manager, would the next step be to run a pro forma on what would these operations do? If we lease the space, what is the going rate for a waterfront, a concession to operate the restaurant portion of it or whatever to then make up the difference for the costs of building it. Let's look at this differently than we had in the past, and let's look at this to make sure that the business plan actually supports any type of operation so that these, normally pools and or aquatic centers don't make money, but if we create an amenity that will be available to citizens of our community, not just every other Tuesday at 10 a.m. and whatever, that I can actually get out of work, at 6 o'clock at night and go to the pool and swim in the pool and, ooh, maybe have a cocktail at the pool. And my kids can, if I had kids, now I have 38,000 of you. No, I'm just kidding. When they could play in the splash pad. And they could, whatever, while mom and dad are having a drink or whatever, or dad and dad, or mom and mom. So, it would be nice to have those kind of amenities. And then if you had a concession in there that it was operating it, and we're talking the performa, then you would have that, you'd be able to stay open that many more hours. You'd be able to have it available to people who actually work for a living and could use the amenity, not just on a couple of days, but you would still have the ability, which we wanted as a public service, to make sure that our kids know how to swim, and there's swim safety involved, and there's also the people that love to go there and exercise, and do those laps. So I think that you've done a really nice job. I'm very happy to see this. The people from outside of our community ask me lots of times, and they'll be like, the pools don't make money. It's like, this is Lake Worth Beach. If we had a different kind of pool that actually is more involved, not just in the swimming and the meets and stuff, but is a social pool, I think our residents would use it socially, and enjoy it. Think of the situations we've had with the bacteria levels in the ocean and the jellyfish season and this one season and whatever. If you're able to actually go swim. And, and I'm waiting for that because I don't have a pool anymore, so I can't wait to get back into that pool again and do it. So I think I'm really happy. I think you've nailed a lot of really good ideas. I'm sure there's a million things of tweaking. And when I say a million, I mean millions in tweaking. But, we're going to have that conversation along with the other needs of the city right now, too, in reference to that penny sales tax. But I think that if we could put city manager a true performer into place and get numbers on what that kind of square footage on the ocean at a pool open to the public could actually bring in, so that we could have better numbers for us. I think that would be a next step in investigating the pool that I would like to see. Do you agree, Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, but I want to caution us in our excitement of what we've been presented and the possibilities of making one good plan out of both these good plans. I just want to be assured that we're not going to make a decision on any design tonight.
No.
Because I want to talk about a lot of issues that I have with the possibilities of mixing the two and things that aren't in the plan.
Okay.
Do you want to hear them, or?
I would love to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the process concerned me from almost the beginning. When we had the charrette, I was there all day. I heard a lot of conversation about pedestrian traffic and no car traffic in front of the building. And we're not addressing that at all. I want, and going back to the process.
I'm sorry, may I ask you just one quick question to clarify? Just when you say pedestrian, what wasn't addressed, meaning shutting down the cars on the upper part and making it just pedestrian friendly? Is that what you're talking about?
It would be pedestrian. We close it down on Thursday night once a month, and the merchants love it. We would still be able to have emergency traffic there, but we would also be able to put tables and make it a much more friendly atmosphere on the ocean front without being in the sand.
Okay.
And it wasn't addressed. And it was very popular the day of the charrette.
Okay.
The process, going back to the process, I want us all to somewhat agree on the kitchen that we're in a house. This is the house we're building on the pool, on the ocean. And the one-on-one process concerns me because I would rather us all agree than have one person's insistence on one thing, and I would like us all to agree on what we're going to have. The connectivity to the existing building concerns me. Is that the most efficient building that we're going to do? Water intrusion is important on a one-story building as a two-story building or a three-story building. Water in, is a problem. Parking beach vehicles on the upper level is a concern. I don't see any. I think that's pretty valuable real estate to be parking an ATV next to the pool. I don't know why that couldn't be below in the pool house area. The drop, again, another important area that I'm interested in, aside from the pedestrian area, is the drop-off area. Is it $100,000 for the grand staircase?
It's all going to depend how we lay that out and what's all included. It's over 100,000 for sure, because we've got to include an elevator, which is 100,000 all on its own. So
that's 200,000. Okay, so I'd like you to consider the possibility of expanding the middle turnaround and having a grand drop-off area there with an entrance to our pool, to our casino building, and to the ocean as a grand drop-off. We don't, and then you're there.
Could it be a valet lot?
It could be a valet. It could be picturesque. You could have your picture taken going into our beach complex. $200,000 and taking 16 parking spaces away from to create a grand staircase to the back door of our casino property is, I think, not money well spent. I'm really glad that you're creating in both schemes visibility east and west. That was mentioned again and again. That we need to see the pool. We need to see the attractiveness of it. And those two or three things I really want us to consider. In value, we're going to get down to value engineering. How much room or what shared space that the lifeguards can use for meeting rooms. If they have a lounge area, could they meet in their own lounge area? Stuff, in the details is the devil, and that's all I wanted to say for now. But I don't want us to rush ahead tonight. Just to, I would like to commit us, let's say $9 million out of the penny sales tax at the beach, and then let's talk about committing money to the other things that we could spend it on. Done.
Commissioner Hardy?
I appreciate that. The original reason why I put on my light was just to express a preference, just as clearly as I possibly can, for something like Scheme B, insofar as what makes Scheme B, that it has a revenue potential there with the restaurant. I think that's really important to the long-term sustainability of the amenities. It takes maintaining the amenities a little bit off of the responsibility of the city. Budgets go up and down over long periods of time, and it's easy to put amenities in place. It's very difficult to maintain them in an economy that's cyclical, and in a city that's as small as ours. And I won't go further in that direction. So I have a preference for Scheme B. We have to make a decision about how to make a decision, and we get caught up in these kind of like meta discussions, these procedural discussions. So what we need is a process that we can decide about, and the process, if we use it, should help us decide what we're going to get here. The other items, the pedestrian only in front of the casino, is something that I appreciate, and I just want to be clear. I would appreciate that in between the two roundabouts, I guess. There's a roundabout on the south side and a roundabout on the north side of the building, something that's pedestrian only where everything is like at grade, on one grade there, is something that I would appreciate that. I would appreciate something like that somewhere other than the beach, like Lake Lucerne. But I would not necessarily pedestrian only, but something at one grade, a la Clematis. Loading area for the beach, for the beach building, that wasn't really addressed. Here, did I see it addressed here, like a new loading area?
No.
Okay, right.
No, it
And
was
so
not.
those two things go together, right? You cannot have, unless you manage it, right? Unless you manage it such that, okay, it's pedestrian only, except, all loading has to be done between 7 and 8 in the morning. And we got some bollards that can unlock, and the trucks can come in and offload their stuff, and then they're done. You don't get another shot because, the beach is for the people who are on their feet. Then that's something. But I think they're kind of linked. So that has to be addressed if we're going to address the pedestrian only thing. The grand staircase and drop off area is interesting, and Herman's ideas are interesting. Commissioner Robinson's ideas are interesting. And the most interesting thing that he said is kind of like the original sin of the building. He said, you don't want to spend that much money on a drop off area at the back end of the casino. I think, call me crazy, but then I started to thinking, well, how many buildings that are on the beach where there's not a literal road, like a real road, like A1A, in between the building and the beach, is the building's frontage facing the ocean, right? I think the building is probably backwards. I don't, I mean, you look at the breakers, the front of the building faces not the ocean, or any other place where there's not A1A in between the building and the ocean. So I was like, fatal flaw, the original sin of the building. But that said, I do think figuring out a drop-off area is important. I don't think it should be at the butt end of the building. I think maybe on the south end where that roundabout is, or maybe at the north end. But if you lock down the pedestrian areas, I think you automatically generate a lot more importance in those areas to begin with, because those are the only areas people can use to kind of drop folks off, unless you're going to do a quick drop off at the bottom of the dune.
I think that for the businesses that are up there, the ballroom, the beachgoers, or whatever, especially when turtle season's here and our lighting is so poor, a drop-off area, whether it's just you dropping off friends or a valet area or whatever else, being able to have that will really aid the businesses and the pool and in functions that are there, because it's going to be a necessity. And I think people would rather, and also in addition, we haven't talked about too, they're returning our bus route to the beach. It has been, I met with Palmtran last week, and the bus route is going to be returning to the beach. So that's going to be one of the discussions for, yay. So, but we have to make that's part of the other discussion that we're going to have tonight is, that was mentioned earlier in the presentation, was about building the shelter area. But the good news is that even before we build that shelter area, they also have a plan in place for a temporary drop-off right before we build that one out. So they're ready to start New Year, the bus route. So that's going to be pretty exciting, right? Isn't it?
That's right, man.
Okay. So yeah, that was, I mean, I think that parking element is really important. And for especially a lot of our seniors and for people with babies and children and stuff like that, it's really difficult to get in and out of there, especially at nighttime. Vice Mayor, you've been so quiet.
I just wanted to weigh in a little bit. I agree with Commissioner Hardy on, the long-term maintenance, and I like B, but I think I'm looking at 2 revenue sources, not just one in B, because we're not going to run a tiki bar downstairs. So there's actually a chance to have 2, prospective tenants.
Well,
One tiki bar downstairs, one tiki bar upstairs.
They'll probably
right,
want them both.
right now, the way
Or
we've
if
got
they're-
it
well,
laid
you
out
still-
is
you get
there's
more.
one kitchen,
Okay.
okay? So if there's one kitchen, it's really one entity.
Okay, but we need to talk about that because I can run a tiki bar without a kitchen.
It-
It depends on what I'm serving out of that tiki bar. And if we have a chance to get one larger tenant that can, pay the bills over a long period of time, or do we have 2 tenants that bring something different? So, that's a future conversation we might need to have. Pro forma, we need to look at the long term. Again, it's an asset, but we still need to cover costs. We just raised parking at the beach in order to, try to cover some of the costs. Drop off, we definitely had that discussion about drop off. It keeps coming back up. We have an award-winning beach location and bridal reception area, And if we're going to do it again, we need to make sure we can get those brides, we can get those people up there on rainy nights. You know, a lot of times they get married on the beach and they come over. So we need to take all that into consideration and talk to staff a little bit deeper about exactly what's going on up there and what we need to accommodate for. One of my biggest pet peeves is where Commissioner Hardy had said the back of the building is actually the front of the building. So you're walking through the garbage area to get to the beach. We still haven't addressed any of that. That's the greasy area. That's where they wash things down. You know, some of those things, you know, you had said, Commissioner Robinson, the devil's in the details. You know, we need to, you know, look at those details. We need to figure out some more of that. You had mentioned the emergency vehicles parking at the top of the building. I think that's absolutely a necessity. If there's an emergency on the beach, they need to have those emergency vehicles on the beach. They shouldn't be parked somewhere else, and I'm sure, you know, the captain's not here tonight, or I saw him earlier, but he can tell you those vehicles need to be as close to you or somebody that has an issue on the beach to get them onto the beach, off the beach, and emergency vehicles. I have a couple other notes. There was mention about taking parking away. Is that something that we can take away? Because we still have those original grants with the county. I want to be very specific in what parking we're taking away, what we can take away, according to those contracts that we have with the county. And we still haven't looked at additional parking. So, you know, those were things that have come up over and over and over. I'll leave it at that for now, and we'll carry on.
Can I just
Commissioner Robinson?
I wasn't denying the vehicles on the beach. I just was a little concerned about their storage on oceanfront property at that level. When we have a pump house on the, you know, a below grade area. So the storage is what I was concerned about. That's a lot of square footage for a garage on the beach. The 16 spaces at the drop-off area and the grand staircase is going to make the service area and the dumpster area much more difficult to create, you know, in that area. We're going to end up with a dumpster next to the grand staircase if we're going to do a grand staircase.
Agreed.
So that's just a budgetary problem for me.
Just a couple of quick thoughts. I don't want to muddy the waters any more than I need to here. The original presentation that we received from CPZ, I think your lowest scheme was what, $14 million? I'm kind of curious because I don't recall real well in my mind what that initial scheme was, but how did you pare $5 million off of that? What did you take away from that original?
Grand staircase.
Yeah.
That was $5 million?
Well, no, there was more to it than that. There was the grand staircase, there was the service area improvements, there were parking improvements. There were quite a few other things that we did to correct some of the items within.
And many of those items, some of those items are things that we're talking about tonight that need to be added back in.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Of the Scheme A, how much square footage actually has the potential to generate income?
On Scheme A,
Right, we'll start with the lower of the two.
the Tiki Bar is really about the only square footage other than the pool, but the pool's going to be neutral. It's not really going to degenerate. So the only space within Scheme A is the Tiki Bar.
What about concessions like chairs and gazebos and things?
Little pieces.
I don't think that's gonna fly. I don't think somebody's gonna pay to use the pool and then you say, hey, you know, it's $5 for that chair. And by the way, you gotta drag it out.
Or a cabana. Do it Nick
Okay.
Beach, man.
All right. Well, there was a couple other points here I wanted to bring
They
up.
got a guy.
By the way, you know, I very much, contrary to what many people might think, do appreciate your hard work on this. They're beautiful conceptions. They really are.
Thank you.
But again, you know, we're spending a lot of time focusing on this conversation, and a lot of people in this room are excited about this, but we're having a conversation in a vacuum because we're not talking about the other things that we're going to need here in the community with respect to how we potentially spend the sales tax dollars.
We will be this evening.
Well, I know, but it sounds to me like the schemes we have here tonight, based on the comments that I'm hearing from other commissioners, that number's going to go up and not come down. Worst case scenario is if you take some of the things out, as you may have suggested, by the time we add some of the other things that are critical, you're going to be right back to where we were. And the one thing that I want us all to think about is with respect to the beach complex, well, actually two points. Number one, we're talking about a project here that exceeds the cost of the casino building and the entire 19-acre property. From the county's $5 million contribution and the $6 million supposedly was spent on the casino building. And we've all, each of us up here have at one point or another acknowledged that that was a failed business model, a failed business plan, and it's not sustainable. Okay, so we're already coming from a position of weakness in terms of sustainability in that beach fund. And by the way, that is a separate fund. It's not a fund, the monies that and expenses that we realize on the beach front are in a separate fund. They're not commingled with our general fund or any of our other utility funds or whatever. So that fund has to stand on its own. It has to break even. Okay, because if it doesn't, then any shortfalls that we have are going to have to come from somewhere. So either we raise taxes, okay, or we take money out of the general fund, which means we're going to have to cut services, away from some of the things we do in the general fund. So the other question I have for you as a consultant is, do you also get into, what's the word I'm looking for? Projecting, doing, pie in the sky projections as far as potential traffic, foot traffic, sales of the tiki bar, that type of thing? Or is that going to be left up for us to determine whether or not those numbers, that whatever they may be, will work for us?
We're designers and engineers, architects and engineers, not business pro forma people.
Okay, fair enough.
We do have some insight on what the building's going to run, but not how to run it as a business.
And that second point that I wanted to make is, I understand you take away potentially a few parking spots in this. And I can't square this up in my head as much as I try. But if this is truly a project that's going to attract more people.
Can I clarify?
Okay.
In the two schemes we have, we're not taking away parking.
Okay.
Okay, let's make sure we understand that. The two schemes we have, this scheme A, for instance, we've relocated the driveway that was over here and put it here. You
Okay.
already had a driveway.
Okay.
Understand, this is only shown as a potential staircase. If it's not in here, the parking stays just the way it is.
enough.
We've just, in this scheme, we just relocated the driveway.
Okay, so in other words,
scheme B, the
if
driveway
we
is
add the
the same
grand
location.
staircase, then we might have to take a couple spaces.
Then you would have to. But in these
Okay.
two schemes, we're not including the grand staircase.
Thank you for clarifying that. Well, again, building something like this, if we're all correct, build it and they will come. We haven't provided for parking. We have a parking issue up there now, which means we're going to have to put parking in, which means this project is going to cost us a few more $1 million to accommodate the traffic that we're going to get from this project. And the question is, it becomes the proverbial rat in the wheel. Do we have enough funding coming in to pay for all the things they're going to have to add to it? And the other comment too, and I thank each of you for bringing this up. We haven't determined what the maintenance is going to be, the CAM, and I don't know that we're going to be able to go to the retailers up there now, and I don't think we can renegotiate their CAM position, which means whatever it's going to cost to maintain that, it's going to either be the burden of a potential tenant in the tiki bar, or we're going to have to, as a community, as a municipality, we're going to have to add that as a cost of doing business. And as I said before, the beach fund is in a negative position as it is. So that's all I have. I just, you know, again, I'm very excited about these drawings. I mean, they look really cool. It'd be really great if we could do it. But we have so many other things we need to address in our community that add value to the quality of life for the folks. We've got, 30% poverty. We have roads that still need to be built. We have parking concerns downtown, so our retailers can thrive. We're trying to attract new residents into the community. We're doing the very best we can. We need to deal with the folks that we have here now and do what's right for them now, and with the sales tax money, because that's our future. Thank you.
Commissioner Hardy?
Could-
I'm sorry. Who had your light off first? I didn't see.
I was just going to say that we're having a very different conversation about the pool today, and I think the difference in the conversation is attributable to people who don't go to work in this building, in part, right? People who live in the community who have been very active about this issue. And I think that if the difference in conversation is a good thing, I think those people should be thanked and lauded. And I think the other thing that the difference in the conversation is attributable to is the gentleman from District 4. This has been an issue that when we were trying to decide whether, right, we were asking a whether question, I think maybe 2-3 years ago, whether we were going to redo this pool thing or how, was it possible? And I don't think we're asking that whether question anymore. We're asking a how question. I think that that's a good thing. We all have our issues, and we're going to talk about an issue that I think the three of us share at the end of this meeting, probably, that was on the ranking that hasn't been mentioned here, so I won't go there. But all the people in the community who did a fantastic job telling us that this was important to them, I think should be appreciated at this moment.
Commissioner Robinson?
I just, each scheme had what, four buildings in one and three or four buildings in the other. What the economics of one roof and trying to accommodate all the needs in one building, is that more efficient than 3 or 4 buildings? One roof
Not
that works
not necessarily.
gives
Not
us
necessarily.
Okay. Well, we don't have to talk about much more than that, but in our next conversation, and I'm hoping that it's going to be together rather than one-on-one, maybe that's something we can talk about. And if we're going to talk about parking downtown, we're in effect subsidizing, I hate to say merchants, but we need merchants, but we have to come to a realization of how much we're going to invest in parking. And one other thing, this additional paving for the staircase and the additional driveway or parking, whatever, if you expanded that circle, it would be much less asphalt than what you're developing on the bottom end. That's it.
Well, I know we've got lots of questions, but I don't think we finished our conversation. And since there was only one agenda item on there, they have one chance to speak on it. So I want to make sure we flesh out the rest of our conversations here first. And I guess probably one of the best would be to go back to the presentation from the beginning. I'm trying to find the slide here. It's backwards. Okay. Potential projects, I think it was listed as, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
We have potential projects, and that is the electric utility tie line, the pool, of course, which we've already been discussing, Public Works garage, casino building, grand staircase and service area. We've already discussed that, so that part there, and the pool part. Beach complex bus shelter, I mentioned that earlier. Office space, we've already discussed all the casino parts, and then we'll go back. Again, your comments can still be about casino, and we can continue to have that conversation once we fleshed out all the other pieces. And then neighborhood roads. Did I miss anything? I think those were the top 4, correct?
seven topics, but
Yeah, but the 3 of them are from the same project, so. Okay, so let's talk about the utility tie line. Juan, would you like to?
We'll go ahead and bring Mr. Liberty is actually in the wings, but
Okay.
And Ed's got a presentation prepared to walk you through a type conversation.
Oh, he
We'll
does.
bring that
Yeah.
up. You can go into.
and we don't have to go into great detail because I think what we've heard in talking to you individually and as other conversations, the tie line is something new to this conversation, and it was included and backup was included to see if there was any interest in including it as part of the funding mechanism coming from the sales tax. So this is the first time you're having that part of a conversation, and again, it's based on conversations we have individually. The same thing with the public services motor pool building.
Did you have an order that you wanted to go through them? City
Well,
Manager?
it doesn't matter. I think it's fine if we go to the electric utility tie line. But if Ed wants to answer questions about the scope and the size of the tie line, and obviously under the electric utility, we're talking now, $20 million project.
22.
Well, 24, you wait another month. But
Vice Mayor, did you have something?
I'm just waiting for Ed, because if I remember right, the tie line, we were kind of talked out of the tie line. So I'm curious why it's still on here.
Right.
Because we were kind of talked out of it.
Yeah.
And then Benny's on the beach was something new came up with construction and Benny's isn't on here. So I just want to make sure that, we're adding and deleting as we go.
Yeah, if there's no interest in having a conversation about any of these topics, it's your prerogative, obviously, to say, well, let's move on to the next
'Cause
topic.
Originally, the tie line was 2
Right.
on mine, only because there was such a need. And then we had utility workshops, and the tie line kind of went away because there was other
Funding
mechanisms. So, that no longer is my 2 priorities. So, we may have a lot of conversation that we don't need to have.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm just curious. The first question I want to ask, and this is of Juan. Believe it or not, this page with the potential projects, it's kind of threw me off a little bit, just a bit. What's the significance of these items? Because obviously, the pool was already an item that we've talked about. And in that conversation, we talked about the grand staircase in the service area. We talked a little bit about the bus shelter. We didn't talk very much about the
The bus shelter, yeah, that's why I mentioned they're all been discussed already.
Right, okay.
The bus shelter, though, there is some information that we need to
Okay.
share on that.
But the other question I have here is with respect to the tie line. Now that we go back to Ed, thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Amoroso, for and thank you, Commissioner Amoroso, for bringing up the issue of Benny's, because that was also listed somewhere in this backup documentation. So that's another consideration we're going to have to consider with respect to the beachfront. So has anything changed? That's the question I have for you. From the days when we started talking about tie line being a priority for us and potentially using sales tax money, has anything changed as far as our efforts to fund that in a positive or negative way? That's my question.
No, other than, by the way, for the record, Ed Liberty, Director of the Electric Utility here at Lake Worth Beach. The only thing that's changed is we now have a conceptual route and a conceptual cost estimate, but in terms of the funding, nothing has changed.
So, okay, and I think, and I don't want to put words in Commissioner Amoroso's mouth, but, I too had tie line as being I think it was top 3 or 4 priority. And I just want to make sure that nothing has changed economically from a financial standpoint within the utility, that we should take this off. Does that make sense?
From a financial point of view, we're doing better than we anticipated when we set the budget. We've generated more savings than we anticipated in the power sales or power purchase agreements.
Okay.
And we've generated additional revenues that we had planned in the budget, and some of them are coming in a little bit better than we expected. So we're in a healthier place financially than we were, let's say, 9 months to a year ago when we set the budgets.
So then, would you think that we should maybe, for the time being, maybe scratch that from our wish list on sales tax, so we can devote funds to other projects, or would you rather us stay on course and help you out a little bit?
I'm going to duck on that one, and I'm not a
No,
policymaker.
there is no ducking.
It's certainly for
You know,
from-
you know
from-
the numbers.
Right. From my perspective, certainly the tie line is an extremely important investment for the community to make, not just for the community, but for the entire electric utility service territory.
Can you explain what the tie line means?
Yes. So what we're talking about in terms of a tie line, for those of the audience that may not be aware of it, is our single connection to the statewide wholesale power grid. In our case, it's FPL. We happen to be connected to them with a single, what we call tie line at 138,000 volts. And we very much need to have a second one, not because the first one is at risk, but because we need two to have a level of redundancy to allow us to better improve our reliability of a service that we provide to our customers. But just to be sure, we're not at the one that we have isn't failing. It's just it's just very difficult to be hanging on just one single tie line. Very, very few communities in the state operate that way.
Thank you.
The two other items that were in the backup are the Public Works Garage and the electric utility tie line. And in both cases, ratepayers benefit from that, right? And so typically where there are ratepayers, you know, you ask ratepayers to pay for the assets that generate whatever services they're paying for. And so just, you know, kind of philosophically, I would object to using penny sales tax funds for something that's going to benefit ratepayers. If there's a utility, whether it's the electric utility or the water utility or there's a sewer system or, you know, whatever, and the utility can't cover, you know, what it needs to invest in its assets, then I think the utility has a rates issue. And you shouldn't really be importing funds from elsewhere to pay for this utility's assets. FPL can't do that. You know, no other, you know, rate generating service provider can do that. You know, I just don't think it's a sound practice. And so on that, you know, the tie line never made my list, and I just want to, you know, maybe it did, but I don't. Yeah, it never made my list for that reason. So I'm against using the penny sales tax funds for a tie line. Yeah, and so that's pretty much all I have to say there. As far as the Public Works Garage, who parks? Who would park? Okay.
I'm going to try to do it one by one,
Yeah.
so it's easy to understand.
So I'm a nay
Okay.
for this funding mechanism for that.
Anyone else have anything on the tie line? Commissioner Robinson?
I'd just like to commend Ed to bringing the utility department up to the profitability of being able to go out to bond, which is what normally would happen in a municipal investment like this. And that's what I would expect us to do, is bond for $20 million. And I also have a question about the tie line. If FP&L, if that one feeder gets all the power going to our one tie line is right next to our second tie line, we're still not going to get electricity. But we're going to get a second tie line because you say we need one. And it'll be underground, and that's important. So penny sales tax, we could spend on a lot of other ways.
Vice Mayor?
And that's why I brought up the tie line. The tie line was number 2 on my list only because we need to keep the power on, no matter what. You know, to me, in essence, that's number 1, but it wasn't categorized like that. From conversations, there may be other ways to fund this, that the penny sales tax can be used somewhere else. So tie line's still high on my priority, keep the power on, but penny sales tax can be used somewhere else.
For me, the tie line too is top. You know, when it comes to our reliability, it's hard because when we sit here and talk about this, and I know that, goodness gracious, every type of investment like that, they would love the ability to have some money coming towards it to help offset it. The problem is that we've done a really good job of lowering the electric rates to be at parity with FP&L. You know, we're like a buck difference within FP&L rates, and anyone that says differently, they haven't looked at their. I mean, I still have people saying, but my bill was this amount of money. Did you realize that water and sewer and everything else was on it? And they had No, I never realized that. Well, you weren't paying a water company separate, were you? No. Pay my gas differently. Yeah, but your sewers, I mean, they weren't comparing apples to apples. And still, with all of this time now, this has been for what, a year, 2 years that we've been in this condition, people still are saying these things. And I corrected a woman the other day out at a restaurant. She was talking about our rates, and I said, actually, they're not, and I'm the mayor, I'll tell you. but the perception is that. So, we've done this systematically. We actually created an ordinance, a law that forced us to be a parity over a 5-year period of time. We've done that now because the city used to be in years past was taking lots of money from the electric utility, and our rates were very high in comparison. But we don't have the ability, like an FP&L, to do certain things. And we have the revenue that a 7-square-mile city provides. So FP&L has the whole darn state of Florida. You know what I mean? That they can draw. They also have what is the agency that protects their
Public service.
Public service.
Public
Commission.
service.
Public
Commission.
Service Commission that tells them, oh, they need it for that. It's going to make it better. Okay, I'd agree to it. Or oh, this will never. And their corporate executives get still keep their $500,000 dollars. I'm sorry. But if we can, I'm hesitant to have to do anything like that right now. I think that we're in a good position for bringing new residents and people into the city, and people are happy. The people that notice are happy to see their rates and reliability going up and their rates going down. I would hold off on this time too. Commissioner Robinson.
Can we get an idea of what we're talking about? If we're going to spend $9 million on the pool, then there's $10 million that we're talking about spending? Is that fair?
City Manager.
Madam Mayor, Commissioner Robinson, no, I don't think we came to this conversation with this item or the next one or any of the others with any dollar amount in mind. It's just...
No, I'm talking about income. I'm talking about the penny sales tax.
Oh, how much more money is coming in over what we've already spent?
It's easy to talk about spending it.
Okay, we have about $16 million left over the life of the sales tax that we haven't committed to yet.
And that's an estimate that might increase.
It possibly could, but that was the figure that was given to us.
So now we're talking about $7 million that we're going to disperse?
I'm sorry,
Talking about 16 million.
No, yeah, aren't we? I mean, we inherited, $20-some million.
So it was $2 million over a 10-year period at almost $2 million a year. So you've already committed to and spent $6 million. Now you've got the remaining money to figure out what you want to do, and that's why we're having this conversation. So depending upon what you commit, and the item I just started to address with the tie line, which was brought up as a priority, and we wanted to publicly have a conversation whether you wanted to proceed any further. It will come back to you in the bonding side. So whatever you would have committed to, it would have been that much less to borrow.
Okay.
And that's why Ed was very excited to be here, but he'll be back. You can. The other thing is, again, like these other items, you're undoing 40, 50 years of benign neglect. So these are needs and issues that fall under the infrastructure category, and that's the only reason they're on this list, and that's the reason y'all mentioned them. So as we can shuffle through these and get them off the table, I think Ed wanted to just say one thing, Madam Mayor.
Yes, just to make sure we have the right perception out there, because I know a lot of people are listening. In terms of rates, we are in the lowest of the rates, at 25% in the state. So we've achieved that, where if you take all the public utilities and municipal utilities in the state, this is a report that's published monthly by the Florida Municipal Electric Association. For our 1,000 kilowatt hour residential customer, we are in the lowest 25% in the state. So we've done a great job. The other thing is that we are a cash positive utility. We've generated over $5.5 million of additional revenues and cost savings in the past year and a half or so. So we're generating cash to fund our programs going forward. And in terms of the second tie line, it will be, as Commissioner Robinson pointed out, it will be entirely underground. That's the plan right now, and have far less exposure than any other route that we looked at, which would have to be overhead and of unknown cost and duration to build. So this is a far more reliable system than we have today.
I was just mentioning the dollar thing because I was actually with my girlfriend in West Palm Beach, and we were comparing, and that's why she had the same size house as I
Yes.
had the same size house. and it was only like $1 something different.
Right.
That's so. Forgive me for
No,
not
we're-
being technical in reference to where my numbers came from.
We are
From staring at bills, which we all do.
we are very competitive on our costs because of the rate parity efforts that were made here and the cost cutting and the renegotiations that we've done in generating new revenues. So we're on the right path.
Thank,
Thank
you.
you,
Commissioner Hardy?
I was just going to say, so depending on how you construe it, we're in the top or bottom quartile as far as rates go. However you look at it, you're at the top because you're the lowest, you're at the bottom because you're the lowest. We're in the top quartile.
We're in the lowest price, 25%.
Okay. Now,
There's only about 4, maybe 7 utilities in the state that are lower priced than us. I have to go back. It moves slightly every month, but we're in the best quartile to be in.
okay, and we're a cash positive utility, which means that we generate a net income.
That's correct.
This net income, where does it go?
General fund.
It goes 2 places, actually 3 places. We pay a shared services fee to the city. We make a contribution to the general fund, and we also augment our fund balance, which goes into supporting operations of the utility.
Like your reserves.
Exactly.
Okay. And as far as deferred maintenance goes, and it's not really deferred maintenance, but it's, capital improvements that should have been made over a long period of time that were not, right? If you had to put that on a scale, right, like a percentile scale, right? So we're in the top quartile as far as rates go. If you had to put our capital improvement needs on a scale, where would we be there? I mean, we have a strip to do that's lots of money. We have a second tie line that we apparently need that's lots of money.
I don't have the equivalent numbers from all
Or
of
the
the
other-
other 30 to 40
right.
plus utilities in the state. I don't have those numbers.
Would you say that our needs on the capital improvement side are many and expensive?
Yeah.
Based on discussions
Yeah,
that we've had.
we want to make some
Okay.
significant investment in our system to both harden it and improve its reliability.
Okay.
Not unlike any other utility has to do to improve reliability as well.
Sure.
Every utility is investing heavily to improve reliability in the country, for that matter.
Sure. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
So now, let's move on to the next item. Jamie, you want to come on down?
Mr. Brown will. He's got enough paperwork back here for a 45-minute presentation, so if you'll bear with him.
Does it really?
No. There's a lot of paperwork, but
So we're going to be talking about the Public Works Garage?
this is the motor pool. Yes,
Could we also include him on the
absolutely.
bus shelter as well, since that was just updated?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it's your direction. Appreciate that during Francis, Wilma, and
Quiet in
Jean-
the chambers, please. I'm sorry, we can't hear up here.
that during Francis, Wilma, and Jean, this building, which was already old, was severely damaged. We have patched to the point we can't anymore. So with that, Mr. Brown had a study, an assessment done on the building. You can pick it up from there. Well,
We've been talking about this building,
yeah.
the Public Works Garage, since, well, I know,
got a lesson.
we've
Yeah.
been talking about since we got here,
So,
2011.
so
As
the,
long, yeah,
so the
we got
que-
that open.
So the question becomes, I guess, if in an abbreviated version like you just did with the tie line, if there's no interest to do it this way.
I think we have to be interested in doing, I mean, you can't, I mean, I wish I had my little presentation. Pictures of what they're actually operating in right now.
They're in trailers.
You have them? Okay. Didn't see it.
It's rough when it rains.
Yeah.
No, but you can't tell on these ones. I want the ones that I took, we see all the, I can't tell.
What's the budget item, the number on this item?
$1 million.
How much?
Million.
Million?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, how
much
much
was
how
your
much
line
you
item on
asking
this?
for on this?
We were between 4 and 5. But
100,000?
4 to 5 million.
That's the replacement cost of the structure with the new one.
Can the people who build these things accept payment like Atticus Finch did? You know, like a chicken, a pot of collard greens?
It's gonna barter.
Bake seedy.
What do you do exceptionally well?
Right, right.
so basically, we,
Okay, go ahead, Jamie.
for the record, Jamie Brown, Public Works
Thank you, we
Director.
got a presentation going on. Shh.
So, to kind of speed through this, the storms we had back in 04, 05, it basically devastated the existing Public Works garage, which back then also included the Public Works offices. Since then, off to the north side, there have been trailers that were originally temporary that we just 2 years ago had to replace those because they had them for over 10 years. And
Because Felipe fell through the.
yeah, my assistant director fell through the floor. There were mold issues or mushrooms. It was just a horrendous situation to have city employees working in. So we then upgraded to newer trailers, but at least it's a triple wide now. So we got fancy a little bit. But the situation is we're still utilizing the garage facility you're looking at right now for our actual fleet operation. Now, the offices that were on the north side of the garage, we went in there a few years ago. We had to strip everything down to the metal studs because of mold and everything else you can possibly think of. Those aren't being utilized now by city staff because they can't be. The garage itself leaks. There are holes in it. It's rusted. It's beyond repair. So what we had was WGI come and actually do a structural analysis on the entire facility. That's what you have in your backup here that kind of goes through all of the issues and long story short, there were two options. We could either try and fix what we currently have and get it up to existing building code, or we could look at doing a brand new facility, which would basically be on the same Public Works property, but the south end, which is kind of we call the graveyard, where rafts are stored for the raft race, kind of down on that vacant property. Doing that actually was the most cost feasible way to do it. It also would allow us to continue to operate the fleet operation without interruption, and then at the end of that, be able to move into the new facility. But currently, unfortunately, as you're looking at some of these photos, we should not be operating out of this facility in any way, shape, or form. It rains inside when it rains. The roof has been patched, and basically this facility has been band-aided as much as you can possibly band-aid a facility. I mean, you can just see the actual structure, the girders, everything is beyond. So when we had the analysis done, and Chris Zimmerman also did, I contracted with them as well, to basically take the information provided in this structural analysis and give us some options and some estimates as far as what it would cost to, one, get this building up to current building code, two, what would it cost to actually build a brand new facility on the south end of the property, and then demo this one down, because this is just a huge projectile if we actually get a storm.
Jimmy, I had dealt with clients many, many years ago in metal building. This is indeed a metal building, is it
Correct.
not? Okay. So what is the square footage of a new facility again?
The square, do you have that, go to the next one?
With offices,
Yeah.
including offices.
Correct. So the new facility would basically be the same size as the existing. There were basically two options. There was one that was basically the same size as the existing one, with office space to the north side, the same way it was set up now. The second one actually added a larger garage, so it actually would give us more capacity as far as the operation itself, and the option was second floor. So we were looking at dealing with some of the current staff space issues as far as where people need to go by adding additional square footage. So the office space on the first floor, you're basically looking at 4,000 square foot. Adding that second floor, obviously double that. Public Works right now is basically operating right around the same amount, so we would only need one floor of that.
Well, I'm just trying to remember, there used to be a number for this finished square foot availability of a one-story metal building at X thousand square feet, or two-story with staircase built-ins and whatever. Because a lot of the structures, people don't realize, a lot of the pharmacies and whatever, they're metal buildings that are finished on the
Correct.
outside. They don't look like a metal building, but they really are. Some of the big box pharmacies and whatnot. And there's a finished exterior, there's a non-finished exterior, and it sounds like an awful lot of million for the traditional, and you know, I've been talking about your building for 8 years now.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
No, I know that you need some love here, but I'm just trying to figure out where those numbers came from to them.
Which is where CPZ comes in.
Okay.
Because that's why we wanted to make sure that we first got that structural analysis, so we had the ability to look at, okay, if we actually do want to renovate this building, what would it take to actually get up to current?
I don't think it's safe to renovate the building, quite honestly, after being in it so many times. I mean, it's fallen down.
And that's, it basically came back to what we thought it was. It's going to be cheaper to do something new and not try to renovate what we currently have there.
It's like
because
Habitat
then
for
it's
Humanity going in initially to fix their homes and realized it was easier for them to
Tear 'em
build,
down.
tear them down and rebuild new ones
so.
where they could. Vice Mayor, do you want to ask while he's looking for that?
So let's talk about an option 3. Years ago, before we got elected, we actually owned a building, and the thought was to put all our city staff in one building. If we were to look at doing option 3 on that location and actually moving 2nd Avenue, Williams people over there, what does that look like? And then we could actually take that property and actually sell it and get it back on the tax rolls, and we could put all staff in one location, make it really easy for the taxpayers of the city of Lake Worth to visit, do all their in one-stop shop like we had talked about years ago. Is that an option?
If you have an aerial. Yes.
Okay, because, you know, that's something that I think, you know, we've continuously said, do it once, do it right.
Yeah.
If we could do this one time, do it right, actually relieve other property that we could sell, you know, that sits back behind El Bodegón. I'm sure somebody will want to put some, you know, affordable housing, mainstream housing in that area that would complement the Park of Commerce, because the Park of Commerce, quite often the people that are looking to move in there, looking for people to live there. So I think that might be something that, you know, we should be having that conversation.
The location I was speaking about earlier on the south end of the Public Works property, we're limited as far as an actual square footage there, because you've basically got your street just south of that property, and then on the north side of that, you've got all of our in-ground.
But you can go up.
You can go up.
Madam Mayor, we've actually had internal conversations, to your point, Vice Mayor, about that, and it would be a 2-stage process. Then the immediacy of fixing this problem creates a potential opportunity that the utilities and everybody in 1900 have been looking at of what it would take to actually maybe put a building where the trailer park is now, and then free up 1900 for industrial redevelopment in a private sector mode. And that is something we've talked about. We can bring a presentation regarding those moves. But from this particular conversation is we need to decide how we're going to replace this building fairly quickly. We're very concerned this building's going to take off in the next storm. And of course you've got the main bus where the 138 comes in right there at the power plant. You don't want the building landing in it. You know, that's one of our big fears every storm comes up. So we need to resolve this one way or the other.
So this would include
But
the
that-
offices.
This would include all he's talking about for his operations with some office space. It's not facilitating a move of 1900 yet.
But would it be, is it a plan that could be incorporated or add?
2 or 3
In the
phases.
phases, not into this building necessarily. It's one of the schemes we looked at. We looked at a freestanding building as well as additions to this one.
And also that move to the south end of that property, that now frees up the existing garage, which would be
Okay.
demoed down to the slab.
Right.
That also frees up the trailers we're in right now, so that frees up that entire area.
For
north
a
of the
phase
gas
2.
tanks.
And the other considerations, we have gas tanks, fuel tanks in the ground there. So we want to keep them there and keep them functioning. It's hard to get permits to actually build new ones. So that also affects any future structure on the site. But I just wanted to assure you that staff has been looking at that. So that's a great
And
concept.
that's a great point, Mike, because if we actually fill those in or do something with those tanks
we lose them.
underground, we're now looking at doing above ground tanks, which now we're taking up square footage
Mm-hmm.
that could be buildings. So if possible, we would like to keep
Yeah.
our in-ground tanks where they are.
and-
We get them, EPA comes out every single year. We're up to speed on everything, so we'd like to keep them as long as possible. So
So if there's an interest in pursuing this conversation, we can look more in detail at the amount of money you might be willing to put. But if it's on the table, we need to know.
I'd like it to be on the table, but Commissioner Robinson?
Couple things. Yes, why not look at an option? And can you or CPC tell me about the efficiency of going vertical, going more than one floor, 2 floors, 3 floors?
These and the latest one we looked at. Yeah.
These are, what's up?
And then could you tell me
Separate file from
how much you've set aside in the budget for your building?
Phase D,
Or why not?
you have it in your book.
Or why not? Typically, you need money in the budget to set money aside.
But normally,
That's always
for
something.
capital, but normally a budget is going to have capital improvement.
Thank you.
Normally, yes, it would. Normally, yes, it
Okay.
would. When funds are available, that is absolutely correct.
Okay.
This is one of those things that, as the mayor mentioned, it's been going on and on and on. This is not something we currently have an ability to do with
getting
funds
better,
we have on hand.
Can you tell me about the efficiency going up more than 1, 2, 3 floors?
Well, yeah, the ability of, basically what we said, the office space, it's about 4,000 square foot on the north side of the new facility. Going up to the second floor, it gives you an additional 4,000 square foot. Public Works is only going to need 4,000 square feet. So you're creating an additional 4,000 square feet of more office space that we're having, we've talked about the space concerns for different departments, different employees in the city. You now have additional space in that building that we're creating that could possibly house additional employees. Be that.
So it would be limited to 3 stories?
Again, Chris, I don't know if you want to swear in here that's.
We limited this to 2 stories for one reason. The repair bays that service the vehicles, the fire trucks and things that come in there, they need a 2-story height in the metal building. So because we were suggesting that size metal building, we kept it the same size across the board, and then on half of it, we could, well, not half, but the last 2 bays, we could go 2 stories within that shell. That's why we stayed 2 stories. If you go 3 stories, now I got to step my roof and I got to do other things.
We don't have fire trucks, but we have construction,
Well,
garbage
The big
trucks.
garbage
Right.
truck.
Yeah. Commissioner Hardy?
All of our heavy equipment.
Yeah, I'm for exploring options, and insofar as this is a discussion about how to finance, infrastructure things, I think we should explore, potential sale of 1900. That said, I just want to, that would require a ballot issue. So you could finance improvements at this property contingent on a ballot initiative passing. Ed's not here, but they have inventory needs. It's okay. So the electric utility, has inventory needs. They store poles and all that stuff at 1900, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen poles back there. We would have enough space to do all of that at this location.
In this location on the south end, no.
Okay, so that's
But keep in mind that in doing this moves us out of that existing space
That you can-
where the
right.
existing garage and where the existing trailer.
right. So there's
Now-
a
now have that entire
configuration
open area.
after changes happen that you could store the inventory there. Am I?
City Manager?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Commissioner Hardy, I think some of the storage needs are already being shifted to other locations the electric utility has for poles and those kinds of areas. But
Yeah.
what we would probably
like my
like to
only
do,
concern.
if you're interested, yeah, we would
Storing the
definitely
inventory
account
of
for
very
that.
large things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they have other facilities that we potentially could address that. But if you're interested in having that further conversation and laid out, including the conversations about 1900 and space needs in general, because Vice Mayor Amoroso touched on several things about one-stop shop, that's a conversation we would very much like to have further, and that would flesh out and guide your pricing and your cost potentially, and then we could come up with financing on how that would work.
Sure. And I just,
Is that
I just want to reiterate for a potential sale of 1900 as a financing mechanism for getting these things done. I had concerns about where you would store your inventory. If you tell me that you could store, the inventory of some large items that you have elsewhere or at this site if it were configured differently, I'm perfectly okay with that. I just wanted to point out also ballot sale, potential issue. Perfectly fine with putting it on a ballot, frankly, and not just this, but we won't go there. Inventory.
Yes, so there's multiple portions of inventory. So the most obvious one is poles.
Right.
We're staging a lot of our poles now at the Davis Lane, or what we call Canal Road site,
Okay.
which has lots of room for poles. And that's actually where the training yard is for climbing poles.
Right.
So we have that site available to us as well. At the perimeter of the existing power plant location is also adequate for that. For poles. The other area is the other item that's outdoors is either small transformers or large transformers.
Right.
They can be stored around the power plant site as well. We would probably not leave those in in an unsecured remote location like Canal Road or Davis Lane. The remaining inventory is the things that are stored either indoors in the warehouse or immediately adjacent to the warehouse, which is wire and cable, conductor, insulators, things like that, and pole line hardware. That would need to be in a new warehouse location. So,
And all of that can fit on this site.
yes, this site is adequate for that.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Bring that back.
Thank you.
And as far as one-stop shop goes, I hope we're talking about just community sustainability and electric and public works. I know we've had a conversation about one-stop shop for other city employees. My feeling is that City Hall needs to be in the center of the city. So I just want to make that clear. The other thing is, Jamie, what are the various departments, or I'm not sure if department is the right word, that uses this building?
Well, currently, just north of this new site, you've got facilities. Our facilities buildings are located right there, as well as the paint shop. North of that is the existing garage, which our fleet
Right.
division works out of.
Which is, you got refuse.
No, refuse does not work out of this location.
Okay.
They're out of 1880, which is actually just north of the 1900 building.
But you serve
are
refuse
the-
vehicles.
Are there?
But this location is services all of the city's heavy equipment,
Okay.
especially all of solid waste, water, sewer, any type of heavy
Stuff that comes from utilities that has ratepayers.
Correct.
Okay. And so you know how I feel about financing utilities with outside money. I think that in your capital projects that were presented to us, this maybe should have been in there so that we can make a decision about rates and other things all at the same time. I would like to see, for example, the next time that Stantec comes here, and they present us a model of the budgets of these various funds, whether it's water, whether it's sewer, what have you. I want to see what this project looks like in those budgets and in that financial plan long term, so that we can figure out what exactly we have to do there so that these things can finance themselves, so that we're not using money that's supposed to be really for things that benefit the kind of the everyday lives of people out in the city. I understand it's very important. I have tremendous respect for you and the people who work for you, from Felipe all the way down to the guys who pick up garbage. But, when I think about the penny sales tax money, I think about stuff that is really more public than this building would be. And so I would ask that this gets worked into your capital improvement plans for those departments. That's my thing, so.
The problem is they've been operating so lean for so many years, there is no money in the capital plan for their projects.
This is, if you don't, look, if this money weren't here, this penny sales tax money weren't here, this would still need to be done. And so those different departments, the water, utilities, sewer, all those things would have presented to us a budget that reflected rates and all those things, or borrowings, right, that reflect their needs, right? For utilities, they have all the revenue they need, or they have the ability to get the revenue that they need to take care of their assets. If they need to import money from elsewhere, then I'm opposed to that.
No, but they do it through rate hikes.
Can
That was the
I just
conversation.
clarify one thing, Madam Mayor?
And rates need to reflect the needs of the utilities. That's typically how it's done. Again, if this money wasn't here, we wouldn't even be having this. I think as far as utilities go, we need to proceed as if we don't have this money. I need to see this money improve the lives of everyday people out there. And this facility could be built, and it would be great. But at the same time, the people out in the city would not know the difference. And this money should be spent on stuff that people would see and know and feel the difference, and feel the investment. So that's my position on that.
Jamie?
I mean, I would say, and I respect that. I would say that we just resealed the roof and everything 2 years ago. We've been doing things to kind of push this as much as we can, knowing that we didn't have the money readily available, and we've just gotten to that point. It just kind of fell in that time frame wise. Penny sales tax kind of came around the time that we're getting to that point that we have to do something. And there's cities like Palm Beach Gardens. There are a lot of other cities that have utilized penny sales tax to do facilities.
Yeah, but but their cities have taken care of almost every other public-facing amenity that you can think of. Palm Beach, their recreational facilities in Palm Beach Gardens are extraordinary, and their basic needs were not as bad as ours.
No.
We still have dirt roads in the city. We have $10 million plus of roads that didn't make the cut for the road bond, that are not a part of the backup this evening, but we can get to that. But
I've forgotten it.
yeah. So we have.
There's always that.
There's always that.
We have lots of things outside of city facilities that could be, and I think need to be addressed with this money, and for whom there are no ratepayers, right, to pay that stuff. So that's where I think the focus should be.
Commissioner Robinson?
Was just going to move it along a little because it's a budget item. Can you do the garage if you use $1 million of penny sales tax? Just as a compromise, Commissioner Hardy. I respect your idea that it should be in the budget. I agree with you, but it's almost a safety issue now, and we wouldn't be talking about it if we didn't have this inheritance. So
Yeah.
Just to add to what Commissioner Harder was saying, definitely rates are always at play. I don't know that there's always an appetite or an ability to adjust rates adequately.
Yeah.
$1 million is gets us closer to the goal. The real maneuver that you're going to see happening is general fund transfers of the retained earnings that should be staying in these operations.
Yeah.
Is really where you're going to see cuts.
Right.
And that's cuts in the services that you control under your general fund, and that's beginning this year too. So it would have to be dramatic enough to free up the money on their side, and that's a policy conversation.
Madam Mayor,
can I say too?
I know you're excited.
I have a very specific follow-up.
Okay. Go ahead.
It's not just about rates. It's also about, if there's revenue, there's debt service capacity, right? And so to the extent that we have debt service capacity in the water, fund or sewer fund or whatever that's not soaked up completely, I think we should look at that before we take this money that, we're not going to get again, and spend it at an amenity that's not quite so public. That's all.
Thank you.
So it's not just about rates going up or down, but about the ability to have debt service capacity. Yeah.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Fundamentally, I absolutely agree with Commissioner Hardy that these type of expenses should have historically been covered within the fund itself. However, just like our roads, just like the pool, just like everything else in this city, has been basically ignored for a couple of generations. Here we are in 2019 having to try to play catch up. The problem we're going to have when you start talking about rates, we've spent several years here trying to get the rates down to change our reputation, to make ourselves competitive in the marketplace for folks to move here. I want to remind everybody that we just had to raise water rates because when we built the reverse osmosis plant, we kicked that can down the road for 5 or 6 years. And then all of a sudden, boom, we got this huge bump on our water rates. So while it would be very nice to be able to increase the rates, I just don't think, if we just kind of have to bite the bullet sometimes and consider, a one-time expense to try to get us back in the game. We can't just keep raising rates to catch up with, especially with the windfall that we've had with the sales tax. If we have an opportunity, we should take it. Let's be wise about it, but we should take it. But fundamentally, I absolutely agree with you that, you know, if we had been covering our bases all along, you're absolutely right. My vote would be to fund this through utility, the utility fund.
Commissioner Robinson, you had your light on.
No, I'm ready to move on.
You have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just want to ask Jamie, if you could get to me approximately how much money the different departments that use this facility could handle an additional debt service, right? Because it's not just about raising rates. The fact that there are ratepayers there tells you that there's revenue there, and this revenue can cover interest and debt service, right? And so typically utilities use debt to fund, you know, capital improvements, right? And so I just want to know what your additional debt capacity is in these various funds, and you know, if you and Brian, Brian Shields can get together.
Yeah,
That's a critical part of this discussion.
The water and sewer is already very easily accessible. Ed's about to gin up his debt capacity, which leaves
is not-
sanitation.
Yeah.
So there may be something there, but the real flow of money from their profitability is coming over into the general fund, and that's really probably where you would see some of that made up in some fashion.
But in the general fund, there's no capacity for debt service, right? Like you can't.
You don't
can't do,
bring over to the general fund the subsidy to prop it up.
right.
And you leave it at the cost centers, but that's going to require significant cuts in services on that side. So anyway, we understand what you're saying. We'll have those conversations, Madam.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
And also, can we be reminded that we have a debt coming back into water that's not 100% from the original beach complex? And then also remind us exactly what we move from the utilities into the general fund to balance the general fund. Because those are, as we're having these conversations, those are concerns. You know, if we were able to wean ourselves out, and like the city manager said, that's a large conversation because it's such a large number. We briefly touched it in budget, and there were certain people that didn't really want to go there. And we were only talking about $300,000 a year, trying to wean down, so you could actually have those dollars in your departments to do things like this. So, you know, we are moving in the right direction. Unfortunately, we inherited these things. They've been sitting there for a long period of time, and we're trying to, you know, actually physically, you know, do something that will work long term. Thank you.
So then, one of the other items on here were neighborhood roads.
Yeah.
Oh, also, I want to talk just briefly too first on the beach, on the bus route to the beach. First, I want to thank, I see someone from Palm Tran here. We've been talking for quite a long time, both myself, I know, and I want to thank Commissioner, now Vice Mayor Amoroso for the hard work that he's done over the years, and I want to most graciously thank Palm Tran
Absolutely.
for meeting with us and letting me be a, I don't know.
I agree.
I can't even, I wouldn't think of a good word to say,
I
to
was,
call
on the,
myself.
I was on the bus with him the first time too. So.
No, it's just for constantly hoping for that bus route back, and thank you for listening and also for working on something viable. The cool thing about it now is that, you know, Lake Worth Beach is so popular that everyone wants to get here. Not only just from within the city of Lake Worth, but of course out west. I think Wellington starts to think that they're downtown now, and Green Acres too, and you know, West Palm Beach doesn't have a beach, so they use our beach, and so there's a lot more popularity of getting to and from there. And as we know, we want to keep as few cars off the road and get everybody here safely on a Palm Tran bus or on a bicycle or whatever else they want to get down there for. It'll save parking spaces, it'll save the environment, and it'll make you a happy camper. But enough of that. Palm Tran has graciously offered, they talk with the county, and I'm kind of a tough and was trying to get the whole thing paid for by the county, but the one piece that was there is the actual bus shelter stop. Is that correct, City Manager?
That's right, Madam Mayor. The place for the bus, as approved by Palm Tran and insisted in the way that they operate, is we have to make some improvements to the traffic circle that comes up right by Mulligan's there because it was designed for a trolley-sized vehicle, not a bus. So with some minor adjustments there, they can make the circle. They would come back down, and as they're facing back west, on the north side there would be the pull-off and the shelter built there where there's now sort of a retention area off to that north side of the curb before the intersection. If y'all believe that this is a good use of sales tax money, we'll proceed with all the formalized agreements with Palm Tran. They've already put in their budget to fund the route, and they'll operate temporarily across the street until such time as we can build those improvements. But we could move fairly quickly once we get we had the engineering and design done, right?
Yeah, that was actually completed in July of 2018. I wanted to make sure that we were ready to go if this did ever
That was
come
part
forward.
of our negotiating process with Palm.
Yeah, so it's the existing Route 62 route, which currently turns around. It goes down Lake, it turns at Federal and comes back Lucerne. This would extend that route all the way up to the beach and do that actual circle. The stop that city manager was talking about was right before you hit that stoplight, right there at A1A. We would now, in that retention area you mentioned, build basically a retaining wall, and that would now be a dedicated stop with an actual bus shelter, the whole deal. Kind of like they do right over here at CVS.
Hopefully better.
But hopefully
But a lot better.
a lot better,
Yeah.
because you have the ocean breeze.
And so where it would be is basically right near the entrance to Chrysler Park, which is a county-owned park, which is my argument to them. Why we have to fund it. But,
How much is that line item?
50.
250,000?
250. Obviously, we have
It's a one-time fee.
Yeah. Obviously, I feel we could get it for cheaper than that. Obviously, it's something we're going to have to bid out. But we did change the design a little bit from the original discussion.
Because we have to
also
build that
contingency
dedicated
and some
line.
stuff built in there as well, unforeseen conditions. But I do feel that we can get it for much less than that. But 250 is what we would
Not to
want
exceed.
to
Not to exceed. Okay.
amount.
Vice Mayor?
Just real quick, I want to, again, thank Palm Beach County and Palm Tran. Originally, when we started these conversations, they wanted the taxpayers of the city of Lake Worth Beach to pay $200,000 a year. And the mayor and I kept going back and saying, no. So I want to thank you for, compromising with us. We'll build the bus shelter. It'll be a great thing. But I want to thank Palm Beach County for, realizing. And originally, when we went, we said, we had a bus route. Construction started, bus route died, it didn't come back. We never paid before, why should we pay now? And, we were able to negotiate with the county commissioners and talk to them. And with the new direction of Palm Tran, we were able to make it happen. So thank you.
And on top of it, he's savvy marketing, too. He's going to have, it'll be the beach bus.
Yeah,
We're going to have, all kinds of fun wraps on those buses and
cross promotion. with
music
Skyway.
on them, maybe. We have some of our Lake Worth Beach stuff, and
Exactly.
signage and banners inside. Get people.
I did want
I
to.
said it publicly.
The
so
party
now it
bus
must
to the
happen.
beach.
I did want to clarify one thing. The actual bus shelter itself, the physical structure, is only that line item is $45,000. So I didn't want anyone to think that
Okay, what's
the bus
the whole
shelter
cost?
itself
I'm sorry.
was going to cost $250,000.
Was to create the area and the dedicated
Correct,
lane and the
as
berm
city
and the
manager
whole.
mentioned,
Yeah.
in order to
Berm.
make that turn, we've now got to do a lot of a demo. We've got to redo curbing and everything, and actually widen everything there.
And if anybody would like to see the diagrams of what this
Yeah.
all entails, believe it or not, all the mechanicals, everything's all together. Jamie, I'm sure can.
Bring it back as an item.
Yeah, we can bring that back as an item.
Yeah, I
That'd be
just wanted to
great.
make sure, and we will be bringing back if we get the approval, because we're going to have to bring that contract back before you guys to actually get it awarded to whoever the person is who would be doing the actual work. But
And if
I had heard that people were commenting on the actual cost of the shelter being so much. I just wanted to make sure I clarified that the shelter itself does not cost that much.
It's the
shelter itself-
turnaround.
Right, it's all the demo work, it's the permitting, it's the retaining wall we have to build.
Engineering.
Remember, that retention area right now, that's much lower than the actual road down there itself. All that has to be built up with a retention area and then all paved, so it can actually, then you have all the ADA, the mats, the whole deal, the striping.
He gets excited.
No, I want them to see your plans because it's pretty intense. You would think that it's a small project, but there's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, but I just wanted to make sure I clarified that.
He got excited.
Commissioner
about this.
Robinson?
Two things, all the landscaping, palms, anything that's disturbed is going to be replaced, one for one?
That is included in the price as well, the removal and relocation of any existing palm trees that would
Okay.
fall in the area of that retaining wall.
And if the ridership if Palm Tran ever determines that they're not going to continue that route
We'll complain.
Do we, well, I'd like it in writing that they make some sort of commitment to reimburse us for what we've spent if they're not providing the service.
I can't speak to that. Steve, are you available for a moment?
Current CEO is a big swimmer. However, times can change, and I can take that back. Each part of the agreement, I can be doing.
Well, let's hope you'll need to increase the service.
Yes.
But if we don't, and you don't provide the service, we want to be reimbursed for what you've caused us to spend. Fair enough?
Unusual, but fair.
I'm not really in a position to answer that question.
Yeah, I know.
But I will say, Palm Tran has been, as the mayor mentioned, they've been great working with them. They're very excited about this route, and Steve is. We've had many discussions as far as getting this thing rolling because, as I said, these plans were done last July, so they are excited to get this going.
With a new pool, it's going to increase.
So,
Excellent.
Just on this topic. Is there going to have to be an interlocal, Christie, Ms. Gado, to do this? Or are we going to have to
Right, I
amend an
think-
interlocal?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, please.
Commissioner Hart, I think that's what they're talking about is an agreement with Palm Tran.
Right.
So,
And so I would
What-
want that to be in any interlocal that comes before the commission.
right, so that's something we'd have to
Yeah.
work out with them in the agreement.
Okay. All right, cool.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I was going to, before Commissioner Robinson made his comments, say I certainly would support this move with Palm Tran. But on a larger scale, believe it or not, coincidentally, the last couple of weeks, I've been saying to myself, you know what? We got to do some of the bus stops in general. I don't think we have very many covered, other than maybe the one at CVS. And that's something I think we need to start factoring in going forward. We could provide some shelter, if you will, from the oppressive heat and sun that folks sit there and literally bake, on the sidewalk. So, but let's go back
You
to,
want that as a part of sales tax dollars?
I don't care.
Okay.
What the heck?
Good.
Well, let's go back to your comment, Commissioner Hardy. It's not our system, however, that's what I thought earlier when we were told it was going to cost $250,000 to put in a bus service, back at the beach. But I just want to get clear in my head, Commissioner Robinson. We, the commissioner, Amoroso, and the mayor, and Chip Guthrie and others have fought very, very hard to bring this service back. I'm a little confused over your query about, well, what if if Palm Tran pulls out? Are they going to reimburse us? We asked them to come and provide the service. Why would we, in turn, in the same breath, say, you know what, if this doesn't work out very well, you got to pay us back? So I just want one record is share my thoughts on that.
Agreed. All right, so we've got that in the mix now too, and then we've got neighborhood roads. You know what? Can we take a quick break, or do you want to continue? on?
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's just take a.
Let's continue.
Oh, we want to continue? All right. You want to?
Okay, moving on,
All right.
neighborhood roads.
We're gonna not take a break. I'm gonna go take a break, and you can all stay, and the vice mayor will continue on.
Nicorettes.
It's freezing.
It's chilly.
Commissioner
It
Hardy,
is cold in here.
would you like to start?
I'll wait until there's quiet.
Quiet in the chambers, please.
No, we're still meeting.
No.
We're not on break.
No.
We're carrying on. Can you please find your seat or leave the chambers? Thank you. Okay, we're going to carry on.
So this was interesting. I just took a few notes from the original presentation. The original presentation, neighborhood roads, we did a straw poll twice. Neighborhood roads came out number one for 3 of the 5 commissioners. But again, nothing on neighborhood roads in front of us in the backup here. So the June 25th, 2017 straw poll, neighborhood roads number 1 for the mayor, Commissioner Maxwell, and me. And February 7th, 2019, very recent straw poll, neighborhood roads number 1 for, again, the mayor, Commissioner Maxwell, and me. And when you look at the ranking of the projects, it doesn't reflect excuse me, like when you look at the amount of money we spent on various projects, it doesn't reflect the ranking, right, that the commission has created twice, right? And so I want to know when we're going to have a meeting where we get in front of all 5, commissioners and the mayor, that list of roads that I got when I first got elected and started inquiring about the neighborhood roads that were left undone. I like everybody, that list needs to be out in the public, and the public needs to be able to have this as a piece of the conversation. My understanding, it was a little over $10 million. I think it was $10,030,000. That was in 2017 that I got that list. I can imagine materials have increased, labor has increased, the quality of the road has decreased, therefore the overall expense of the road has increased, and we don't have money elsewhere, anywhere, to do this. And the general fund, unlike certain utilities, doesn't have real debt capacity, right? So like we need to take care of these neighborhood roads. It's only going to get worse. And right now, even if, we did the thing, with the pool, and that was, $9 million, we'd only have $7 million to address what is a fundamental infrastructure. By the way, that list of roads does not include the, what is that? I think we got like 3.5 left miles of unpaved roads throughout the city. I had a list, and I went on Google Maps of the, had a list and a map of all the unpaved roads in the city, and I kind of just, took a look at the length. I came at somewhere around 3.5 miles left of unpaved roads that should be roads, not necessarily greenways. CDBG, $300,000, you can create a greenway. You can't do a road with $300,000. Project of Hope, which comes around every 11 years, you could potentially do a road, but that's not going to come around for another, 8 or 9 years? 7 or 8?
We just used that 2 years ago.
Yeah. So, again, there are many things I would like to do with penny sales tax funds, right? If it were up to me, like if I just had a magic wand, we would be doing to Lake and Lucerne from the roundabout to Gulfview what West Palm Beach is doing to Clematis and all of the other streets in their downtown. And everything would be at grade, and there'd be more trees, and my gosh, how about, public bike storage all throughout the downtown. There'd be bike lanes, there'd be all this stuff. We don't have the money to do it all. I would really love to. That's a great thing, but we have more basic needs that we're unfortunately unable to take care of with the money that cities normally take care of these needs with. So, when are we going to see a look at that? Because we're still not seeing a look at it right now, even though the commission has expressed its will twice on this issue.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem?
That was a question.
Well,
The staff.
if you don't mind,
Vice Mayor?
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd like to hear the city
Okay,
manager's.
City Manager?
Yeah, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Hardy, when we first started the Lake Worth 2020 program, is a $64.5 million,
63.5.
63.5, based on empirical data that we created through assessing every lane mile of streets in the city. That list was created then,
Yeah.
basically, and
From
that's
the survey
how we,
in 2014.
correct. And then we updated it and came back, and it was approved at a smaller package of 40 million. And I think when we were very fortunate to have that bond passed, that list was out there, as well as when this was approved, we gave y'all that information. It's not something we really have to design, like this pool discussion or the discussion on Jamie's building or the parking garage. That's just sort of baseline data that's out there that y'all have had. If you guys are ready to, now with the neighborhood road program winding down, we have the capacity to take on and start building roads in that vein. Now is a great time to have that conversation if that's truly reflective not only of what y'all have voted on in these polls, but now you're ready to commit dollar amounts. That's direction from y'all. We stand ready whenever you want to do it. The information's been available and in your hands from the get-go.
Yeah. So I certainly would like to see that come. I mean, in
Well,
the
how
same
much?
way,
I guess the question is how
Yeah.
much you want to put
So,
towards it.
Here's what I would say. There were other items that, for example, we have now spent $2.4 million to address parking in the downtown. None of us had to ask for that to come in front of us to vote on. Staff saw an opportunity and said, we're going to do this, and, we were presented with that information. I would like to see staff approach this issue the same way. Again, the roads aren't getting less expensive to do. And the other thing is, as we do them, I just want to make sure that we lose exactly 0, feet, linear feet of bike lanes. There were some areas where there were bike lanes and they were converted to sharrows. I think you know how I feel about sharrows. I think there's a lot of also research and data about how unsafe sharrows are. There's actually some data that says bike sharrows are more dangerous than not having any bike sharrows or bike lanes at all, because it gives people the false sense of security if you're on a bicycle that, oh, I see a sharrow here, cars are going to notice me and treat me with respect, and that's just not true. So anyway, I want to see something come to us. We didn't have to ask to spend $2.5 million on a parking solution. Staff gave it to us. I want to see this come to us.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. First of all, I absolutely agree with you, Commissioner Hardy, as far as the roads are concerned. I think it's been my serious priority for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
And, it's amazing when you think about it, how slowly government moves and how slowly things get done. It took 20 years for us to finally get some funding to start redoing our roads. So I hope we don't miss this opportunity to do the very best we can with what we have available to us in 2019. Your comment about the parking monies that were expended to prepare for downtown parking, we also need to be mindful that it doesn't end there. We're going to have an opportunity, hopefully, at one point, to have a conversation about actually building a parking structure, which is going to require funding, and we haven't considered that this evening. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, and I agree with you, we need to, I think we've had enough conversations here and there and a little bit here, a little bit there about the penny sales tax and how we're going to spend it and when we're going to spend it and why we're going to spend it. I think we need to come back. I think we need to prioritize. Forget the dollar values. Prioritize what the needs are. Come to a consensus on what the priorities are, and then start working the numbers and see where we can get to the best use of the funding that we have available to us. I think that's the most productive and constructive thing we can possibly do, instead of continually having these conversations. And there's other issues that weren't really talked about tonight that have to be addressed. And why is your light on? Am I talking too long?
Mike?
I'm done. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Because he doesn't have a hook.
Vice Mayor. I can throw this. Vice Mayor Pro Tem, what we're saying is, and what I just said to Commissioner Hardy is, if you're ready to commit to that, then you need to have these conversations now. And it's just been our appreciation is, as we've juggled this bouillabaisse or this seafood boil, and we've dumped it out of the things that are out there over this period of time, we've tried to create empirical based data that has solid numbers and estimations by competent experts, CPZ in this case with the pool, so that you can then say, I've got $22 million, here's our priorities, and the data says this. With the roads, the data's there. Your data pretty well, Jamie tomorrow is going to give you the full road. I can go back to this office right now and give you the full road list. And it comes down to that fundamental question, which y'all have to answer because you're giving direction. This is your show. How much do you want to put in the roads?
5.
Just tell us.
Right now. That's rhetorical.
Well, no, it's not rhetorical.
Okay.
You give us policy legs. I'm sorry?
You can't ask for a dollar value if we haven't prioritized what we may be looking at, overall.
Correct. And so
You can't have that
that's the
conversation
reason.
in a vacuum.
That's the reason we're at this point where we're trying to give you, based on your priorities, solid numbers. So you've got solid road numbers has been the bedrock. It's been there the whole time. We've generated up to the point now we have good estimates on what the parking garage situation is on the study and some ideas of what a garage would cost. And we've purchased some properties. And now you're getting closer into focus of what a water facility, a pool would look like at the beach. And you're going to start to fit these pieces together. And it's a process over time. And I think, Commissioner Hardy, that's kind of why you haven't maybe matched up completely. You haven't come to the end of fulfilling these priority lists is because you don't have all the data. And that was my point.
Mr. Robinson?
We're talking about $7 million, right?
Talking about $16 million.
Well, let's, I'm so glad
talking
you're
about-
back, Madam Mayor.
I'll move the gavel, and I'm sure she'll still tell you we're talking about $16 million. We're talking about $16 million.
And I
Yes,
thought,
when I left, what happened? Did it grow?
No, we're still talking about $16 million.
Was it like a sea monkey while I was gone? Added a little water to it?
all right, we're almost done with this list, and what else we got? We got roads. So let's go back to the and start over again, or how do we want to do this?
I think we should hear from the public.
Where did you go?
Okay, we're still on roads. I just wanted to weigh in on a couple things. Yes, Commissioner Hardy, I agree with you. Lake and Lucerne should go from A Street all the way down, but we're still trying to get that back from DOT.
That's correct. Lake and Lucerne are owned by DOT.
DOT, so,
That's
in
the
a
process
perfect
we're
world, we can do that. Bike shares, years ago when I sat on the CRA, we put in bike lanes all over the city. It was a great thing, but they didn't work. So, I'd like to see specific, up-to-date bike information instead of just conversation. I'd like to actually get some professionals in here that actually work on our size roads, one-ways. I talk to a lot of biking people that come from other places and they come down here. They said the one best thing we could do for biking is make it the same across America so they know the rules and regulations. They have no problem going with traffic as long as people know they're going with traffic. The biggest issue I have with the bike lanes in the city is people are going the wrong way on the bike lanes down the one-ways, and it creates a lot of problems. So, as we talk about the bike shares and why we did some, just reiterate why we did some of the roads some ways and others and why we came to those solutions. I'm just trying to put points in so when this comes back, again, we've heard that the road's coming in under budget. I'd like to see if it's coming in under budget, where those roads, I think those were some of the earlier conversations that, let's step back for a minute and see what the roads are going to come in and then what the next phase of that is. And then not included in the list, I know we had quite a few different things. Benny's on the Beach was a new thing that came up, some of the construction needs and things like that. We need to have that as part of our conversations because they're one of our largest tenants. They're a huge asset to the city of Lake Worth Beach. And, we need to make sure we do right by our tenants. So that's a conversation that if it's not in the penny sales tax, we need to have that. It'll be another budget line item that has to come from somewhere. Thank you.
Commissioner Hardy?
Yeah, what I'll say is, I think we need more bike lanes. I think we need, in particular, protected bike lanes. Like, you can't just slap a strip of paint between a person on a bicycle and a person in a 2,000-pound metal box on wheels and feel that the person on the bicycle is safe. It's just not true. And what's really funny is, and again, there's lots of research on this, right? Sharrows, actually very dangerous. Painted bike lanes, more dangerous than unpainted bike lanes because for some reason people in cars pass cyclists closer when the bike lane is painted. What you need is a physical barrier between the person on the bicycle and the vehicles. And this is what West Palm Beach is doing. They've done this all over the southern end of West Palm Beach. This is what every sophisticated city in America is doing. We have to figure out how to do this. And so, what I would say is, as we decide whether we want to spend this money on neighborhood roads, and we've affirmed twice that this is the preference, the number one preference of 3 of the 5 people who sit on this dais, when we make these decisions, I just don't want to see lanes go away because we have seen, as the neighborhood road program has possessed, lanes disappear on streets between Dixie Highway and Federal Highway, and that's not cool. So I would like to see us keep the bike lanes that we have, and I would like to see us, if possible, protect people who are riding bicycles. Just FYI, we don't have a bike lane on Lake Avenue, right? So as someone who rides consistently from the east to west on Lake Avenue, from west to east on Lake Avenue, such as today, it's not safe. And people say, why do bicyclists ride on the sidewalk? Because they don't want to die. That's why they don't want to ride on the sidewalk, right? And so we have to do what we can, and it literally just takes 4 feet. If you can get, right, I mean, is that the width, the approximate width, 4 to 5 feet of a bike lane?
Correct, and just
Yeah.
just so everyone's kind of on the same page here. The issue we ran into with the neighborhood road program and a lot of the bike lanes is, especially on a lot of our one-way streets and definitely our two-ways, we only have so much right-of-way because we're constrained to existing elevations on both sides, on each side of the sidewalk. So you have a set measurement to work with.
But there were bike lanes there before.
Correct, and one of the things we were addressing
They didn't necessarily
with
work.
the neighborhood road program as well was safety and ADA issues and things like that. Making sure you have the correct distances for cyclists for an actual bike lane, where a car can open up its door and it's not going to endanger a cyclist. We didn't always have that before. Also, when bringing these forward in the neighborhood engagement meetings and getting all the input from the neighbors, a lot of times in order to do a dedicated bike lane, you're going to have to give up parking on one of those sides of the road. Neighbors were not in favor of losing any parking whatsoever. So when you look at the overall board itself and seeing where everyone's kind of putting their dots and their stickers for what they feel, whether it's traffic calming, whatever it is, there weren't a lot on bike lanes because people do not want to give up parking in front of their homes. So on roads like that, when it comes down to, do you allow parking on both sides of the road, or do you now only say there's only parking on one side of the road because we're doing a bike lane on the other side, and there's just not physically enough space to get vehicles through there safely, having a dedicated bike lane as well as parking on both sides.
Here's
That's what we ran into.
That's fine. Here's what I'll say. 2 separate issues here. You have neighborhood roads and making sure that when we redo neighborhood roads, we don't have, that we don't lose safety for people who are on bicycles. That's number one. And if we can, enhance the safety of people who ride bicycles, because those people matter as well. The other thing is, on some state roads that we have that we're in discussions, perennially in discussions, I guess, with FDOT, or kind of testing the waters to see whether or how or when we could potentially get some of our right-of-way back if we're talking about Lake and Lucerne. That's a separate matter. And if there's any money left over from this, like, people who ride bicycles down Lake and Lucerne need to be safe. Otherwise, they're going to ride them on the sidewalk where everybody complains about them riding. They just want to be alive. And if I challenge anyone here to ride a bicycle from the Tri-Rail station to City Hall and see how safe you feel. Approach that roundabout. And I know we got some transportations, alternative money, but approach that roundabout and see how safe you feel on a bicycle. You won't feel safe, and you're not going to do it in accordance with the law, and it won't be your fault, frankly. I don't fault anyone who makes decisions for their safety.
Let's get back to penny sales tax.
Well, here, I just want to talk about what I was thinking about when we talked about neighborhood roads, and I appreciate everyone's input on it, but when I actually recommended neighborhood roads, it was, if we look at the bond that everyone so graciously contributes to in our city to create and to fix the worst of the worst roads in our city, it did not affect all the roads, many roads of which are still not on the plan, and roads that will deteriorate. My concern about it was a one-time shoring up of neighborhood road programs to prepare us for the next round of repairs that are going to need to be made on those roads that we didn't include in this bond. That was number one. Number two, also shoring up our maintenance fund, which I don't personally believe is large enough to accommodate proper maintenance of the roads we've just constructed. So when I was speaking about roads, and while I appreciate the discussions of bike lanes and everything else, I want to make sure that we don't, if there was a way in which we could use sales tax money for roadway projects that we could assign, that we would set ourselves up, not for failure, but success in the continuation of our own road plan, to make sure that we indeed have the money and the resources in place, and we're setting up our lives, our future commissions, and we don't leave them with the neglect that was left us, and that we set them up and shore up the budget so that they know that a $2 million maintenance budget is more in line than a $500,000 maintenance budget when it comes to and setting up capital improvement projects that we never really had the funding to do. We had some, but not all. And I just want to make sure that we have a good discussion about where that budget really is for the road projects. Are we really set up to maintain the roads that were just created? And are we doing everything possible to make sure that we are continuing to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollar and prepare for the next level of roads that are going to need enhancement? And I don't want to see us sitting back here in 2 years saying, well, we were left with this. No, we set ourselves up for this. And who's going to take care of those roads? The people stood up and put their money where their mouth is, and I don't want us to mess that up. And I think that's a place that we should really seriously look at. Jamie?
Just to make sure everyone's on the same page, the road program, the $40 million one that was passed back in 2016, that basically got us to a PCI, pavement condition index of 60. 55 and below was basically failing. So at the end of this program, which ends next year, we're just now doing design for year 4 roads. So next year, this is over. The bond program's over. The 4-year program's done. So that only gets us to a PCI of 60. So the list that Commissioner Hardy was speaking about earlier, we basically took that list and continued that all the way up for the rest of the roads in the city. So, like the city manager had mentioned, that data is already done. So we had looked at basically going from a 61 to a 70. What would that cost? It was roughly right about around 10 million. If I remember, it was like nine and change.
It was $10,030,000.
Yeah, and I think we ended up doing something else with one of those. But yeah, right around $10 million. Not that it's $1 million per PCI. It just happened with the particular projects. That's how it worked out. Again, that could continue on to 71, 72, 73. It just depends on what are we talking about here. Because if you're looking at saying, hey, we want to commit 4 million or 5 million, whatever that is, at some point in time, that's going to stop at a 64, 65, 66, wherever you want to spend, that's going to stop somewhere. So again, that data, we have all that data, so it's just a matter of what you guys want to direct us to do.
Well, what are we putting aside in our budget to maintain the roads that were just completed?
I was speaking with our finance director earlier. Obviously, we'll be coming back to you guys. Those numbers are still, we're working with everything, but that basically is for different accounts. It's our streets budget and facilities, which is both our other contractual and our maintenance and supply dollars, as well as the local sewer, which is our road improvement fund, as well as the gas tax. So those are the 4 funds that kind of make up our overall maintenance program. Again, we're still working with those numbers for 2020, but we'll be bringing those to you.
But they have traditionally been in the $500,000 range, have they not, over the years?
Give or take, sometimes less, sometimes more. Obviously, that is not sufficient for a roadway network of our size. We should be at least at 1.5 million on an annual basis, and we're not even close to that.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, let's go to public comment. We've talked a lot. Jennifer English? She had purchased my condo 3.5 years ago because we had a pool. That was Jennifer English for the clerk, 702 2nd Avenue North. Tina Chodo, 125 North K Street. One reason I purchased a home in Lake Worth Beach is access to the pool. A few months ago, after I moved here, the pool closed. Please let's make it work.
What's that name?
Jodo.
David Whitlock?
Whitlock.
Whitlock? I'm sorry. Excuse me. Okay, you know what? I'm going to go to someone else, and then you'll go right after them. How about that? You can set up. Anna Maria Windishon?
Hello. I have brought my design of what I think our pool should look like. I'm not talking about parking lot, I was talking strictly swimming pool. And since I use the facilities, I pretty much know what is expected. Sorry, I don't have one for you. Okay. Sorry.
You've
I
already
gave it to the newspaper guy. Okay. Part of, first thing I've done is taken the employees out of the 5,000 square foot facility that don't belong in there. And now you can make a private-public partnership up there. I'm not touching. Thank you for staying. And I did like yours, but there are things that I know about living here that you didn't know about. Okay. I also put in a meditation circle on the west side. that is for the evening or early morning. People want to relax and meditate. And that also is at the end of a infinity pool. Now, I've been listening to people, what they want. They want, this is your legacy. Seriously. A facility of this nature lasts 50 years. Ours has lasted 45. And Lake Lytle is about to close there, so maybe we can be up and running before they close, and we'll get some of their traffic. Okay, so part of the having that meditation at the end of the infinity pool is the acoustics from the children in their own area. Because you see any kids here?
Too many.
Not many, but we also want, the elderly also want to use the pool, so that's why I created that. Okay. I've also created a concession stand on the south side that is open both inside of the pool and outside, because there are a lot of people that are not going to go into a restaurant, okay? So they can get a soda real quickly. They don't have to go inside the pool. They can be at the beach. So this accommodates our general public. Okay. Upstairs from that, it's on your map, I put the parking people, and all they need is a table, 4 chairs, and maybe a hot plate. That's all they need. And a staircase, an employee stairwell down. And while they're up there, they can actually see the parking facility, because this is on the west side. On the front of the south side, I have a very attractive gate. So I'm going to show this to you all. Okay. And trying to be fast. And on the other side, I've kept the men's bathroom and the ladies' bathroom in the same place. You already have plumbing there. We're not trying to spend a lot of money. The pool has, if you look at yours, it has the actual dimensions on it. Starts at 0, goes to 4 feet, goes to 6 feet, with a slide on one end.
Thank you.
And there's so much more.
Thank you very much.
There is
Gotcha.
an attachment so you can see what else I've included.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. David Whitlow?
Oh, this is the east side.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to keep you tight to 2 minutes because I have a whole stack of cards. I want everyone to be able to have a chance.
This model uses pretty much the same footprint as the old pool. The new pool is about 60% the size of the old pool, with a toddler pool behind it. We've made 5 buildings. 2 one-story buildings are baths and showers for men and women, with that's on the outside. On the inside is a bath and a shower for mommies and toddlers. We have 3 two-story buildings which can be used as office space, can be used as lifeguard office space and parking office space. We have no restaurants. We're not going to lose money in restaurants. These buildings are simple CBC construction, inexpensive to make, inexpensive to maintain. There is a roll down in the front here with a ticket. This is the south side. So we're checked against the sand coming in. We have portholes in here which are glass. You can see the pool. We have lanes for lane swimming, and we also have an irregular side which allows for palm trees and other kinds of vegetations. I'm calling this sort of a neo-Venetian look. This is the absolute end of the pool. And behind you is the toddler pool, which becomes a play patio adjacent to the green space.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah Maliga, followed by Peggy Fisher.
Watch out for that thing on the floor.
Yes, reserve film. I don't want to trip on it.
Okay, you do
And
got
here
it,
you
Sarah?
are, yes.
All right. That's good.
Hang up.
Thank you.
Sarah Maliga, 408 Southeast Street, Lake Worth Beach. I don't have a model or a drawing. I feel like an underachiever up here, but I'm going to go for it. So the new pool is our chance to be a shining star in Palm Beach County. It's our chance to bring tourism and to get more accolades and more awards. We cannot miss this mark. I have a couple questions. You brought up lanes, obviously, for swim meets. This is our opportunity to take those awards that you got at the mayor's convention and really work on our solar program. We can incorporate a lot of solar into the new pool. We can incorporate solar into the new bus station parking that you're gonna, or the bus station pad that you're putting up. Is the pool gonna be heated? And if it is, we should use solar. A couple other things I want to ask. What about a combination pool parking pass? So right now we have an annual parking pass we can pay for. What if we gave a discounted rate to citizens like me who actually use the pool and pay for a parking pass? I'll pay double, I'll pay triple to support our pool. I'll put my money where my mouth is to support our pool. That pool helped me. I was supposed to have major spine surgery. Instead, I started doing water aerobics at the pool. I bought a home here. I left an HOA that I paid for where I had a pool, and I bought a home in Lake Worth because we had a pool here, and I didn't have to pay an HOA fee. Couple things I want to just touch on real quick. My son's birthday was in March. We went to Lake Lytle Pool. I spent $116 going into Lake Lytle Pool for all the people who came, in addition to renting an umbrella and paying for the picnic table. So yes, people will pay for those things at our pool. I know that was laughed at by a commissioner earlier. I paid $116. I also want us to not miss the opportunity to work with a company called USA Management. They are sole pool people. They can find us corporate sponsorship, people who will pay to put their name on our pool, who will bring a ton of revenue. So we don't have to worry about the pool taking care of itself. Let other people pay for that pool. Trust me, there are people out there who can bring the right players to the table, be it Margarita Pool, Corona Pool, whoever wants to pay us the most amount of money, put their name on the pool. Let's get the money.
Thank you. Peggy Fisher, followed by Todd Townsend.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. You started out with approximately $22 million. You've spent $6 million, almost $3 of it for the Park of Commerce and $2.5 for land acquisition for a surface parking facility, which I don't know whether that means you don't go underground, but it doesn't sound like you go up. I think you absolutely need to make some commitment on this money. You have a lot of people in this city who want the pool, want the whole facility to be done properly. I know we had a horrible start on the casino and everything else, but we have to deal with what we have. So I think you all need to stop bringing in one more piece here and one more piece there and make some commitments on a few items. I think you absolutely need to do the Public Works building. It's $2.3 million. Now there was talk about putting everything at 1900 over where the Public Works building is. Well, the Public Works property is 4.57 acres. 1900 is 18.77 acres. So I don't quite know the cram job to get them to fit together, but you could take the money you get for selling, if you're allowed to sell 1900, and put it on roads. You've got another source of money, and take neighborhood roads out of this penny sales tax money. Use it for things that incorporate everything. Bike lanes on one-way streets with parking on both sides do not work. You can't separate them from traffic. You can't park if you put them up against the curb. You can't park cars on both sides. And especially in District 2, you know there are cars parked on both sides of every street. So that's my thought on it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Townsend, followed by Sam Goodstein.
How's it going? Good to see everybody. Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. We've had a lot of great designs in here. You all have done some beautiful work. But I think that you've made our pool too small. I think that the drawings and all the artwork looks really good, but in fact the pool is going to be too small. We want to be in the pool. So everybody can go ahead and open up your little drawings that I've made for you. Very simple lines, easy to see, easy to read. And if you just look at figure 1 on the very left there, so that's where the baby pool is. You see where it's yellow there? That's where the baby pool is now. That's where we should put in a building that services the garden area and the beach area. So now you've got food and alcohol, food and drink on accessible by the garden, and food and drink accessible by the pool. And then on the second floor of that is going to be would be the offices for people to deal with all that. And then this spot actually marries in perfectly to where the baby pool is, to where the building is shaped just right, so that it would just fit there just beautifully, right? So the other thing is, if we look at the big area here where the pool is, I want to keep our same size pool, but just extend it a little bit at that one corner there, so we can have wheelchair access. And that pool, that area would be much more shallow, so that everybody can teach their kids how to swim. And then you can easily just swim on into the big part of the pool. And you're going to have your actual swimming lanes. We've got our little diving platforms there. And those little squares in there are like plastic things that glow in the dark. They glow, they catch the sun all day. They'll glow at night. They're laying in the pool. We climb all over theirs, climb on those, hang out on those, jump into the water there, right? And then if I've got these 2 deck here areas right next to the pump house. Building decks is going to be really inexpensive, and it's going to happen really fast, and you're going to have a lot more area for people to hang out. And then on the bottom right where it's yellow, you see those little U-shaped forms? That's just another little deck area with some half circle benches for people to sit on. I think this is the way to go, and I think that we should hire you to do this and save us a lot of money, because we got a lot of other stuff to spend money on.
Thank you.
Including a partnership with the Gulfstream Hotel, because Lake Worth has spent no money on that for a long time.
Thank you.
Get somebody to buy it, you're going to have to be involved in some sort of partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Goodstein, followed by Alice Mann. I think she left.
Sam Goodstein, 1717 12th Avenue South.
Tom Copeland.
First, I'd like to speak to a process thing. When I first got the agenda for this meeting, it had 4 items on it, and then we got a revised agenda that only had 1 item. And I don't know for what reasons for the change, but as a person coming to speak publicly, what it felt like is you wanted less comment from people. And I want you guys not to remember not to be afraid of the public, because the things people have to say matter. A lot of people left here because it ran late. It would have been nicer to have more comment from people, although I think you guys brought up excellent points. For the tie line, I was glad to see it taken off consideration, what it feels like here. I think when you look at the tie line, you have to consider risk, and you have to say, and your people can bring you numbers on this. You can do a little regression analysis and say, if we'd had a second tie line, what difference would it have made over the past 50 years during the hurricanes or during whatever? And that, there's always risk. If Andrew hits us, it's over. If, David comes, it doesn't matter. So, if you're a floater and you know the hurricanes on a first name basis, right? That's, for the pool, those things are great. Definitely put in the splash park though, because that's a divider about whether a mother wants to bring her kids someplace. You say, well, we're just going to go downtown West Palm because they have a splash park. The bus is great. That thing has to happen. When we look at Lake Worth, we neglect the west side a lot. There are a lot of people from the west side who are going to be able to make it. We may need to find them free bus passes, but we'll get that done. The building, I very much liked Commissioner Hardy's distinction about whether or not something has a recurring funding stream, and using that as a decision factor in doing this kind of thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tom Copeland, followed by Greg Richter. No, she's not.
All right, good evening, everyone. Mayor, Commissioner, staff, thank you for having public comments. I actually have some interesting stuff here. So I think we've sufficiently beat the pool versus no pool issue. So I'm not going to go into that, but I do just want to summarize it by saying that what I've always come up here and said, and what I've said in other places, is that it's a decision about opportunity cost. So I just want to start by recognizing and appreciating that all of you tonight have made really important strides in discussing things other than the pool. Thank you for doing that as far as it goes with penny sales tax. Because that's really what this is all about. A dollar spent on the pool is a dollar not spent elsewhere. A dollar spent on roads is a dollar not spent elsewhere. So I want to encourage you guys to continue to go back to those straw polls and continue to prioritize your projects and then spend the money that way. If I can, City Manager, I'll just pass that on to you. And there's one copy for every commissioner. This is just for backup for later. What I've actually done is I wanted to use this time to go through and talk a little bit about what other neighboring cities are doing with their penny sales tax, what they've done, what they're looking to do in the future, because I think that's really important. I haven't heard us talking about that yet. So I hope you find this valuable. So just going down the list, Boca Raton, they actually have a finance advisory board that's serving as an oversight committee just specifically for penny sales tax. Their top focus is road resurfacing, pedestrian walkways. They're looking at sidewalk renovation and repair throughout their downtown. They're looking at bridge and seawall repairs. And interestingly, traffic control upgrades. That was one thing that they're doing that nobody else is doing. Palm Beach Gardens, it was mentioned tonight by Mr. Brown. One of the biggest things that they're doing is they are consolidating their public works and maintenance buildings all into one area. So they too have some decrepit buildings. They're taking them from all around the city and moving them into one area, one giant project. They're also acquiring land to construct another massive soccer field. So to Commissioner Hardy's point about how recreation is really Palm Beach Gardens' focus, they're doing even more. They're actually building more soccer fields, and they're using penny sales tax to acquire land and build that. And we all know that when you invest in your parks, you create more opportunities for more families to move in, and I think that's something that we could really look at. I'm sorry, could I get a little bit more, Mayor? Okay. Well, the rest of them is in there. There's a couple of more, and it's interesting. Please take a little bit of time and read through that. Thank you.
Definitely, thank you. Greg Richter? You leave?
Yeah.
How much money to expect to generate with 1% sales tax? How long to generate this money? How much money is so we expect to generate with 1% sales tax? How long to generate this money?
$22 million over 10 years.
Yeah.
$2 million a year.
$2 million.
$2 million a year, we mentioned that, okay. Harold Fields? Scale back if have to and build essentials of family-friendly facility, 402 South L Street. Oh, I'm sorry.
I forgot what I wrote.
Okay.
It's been a while. First of all, I want you to see my shirt. Love it. That we started this how many years ago now? And we 2009. Was it 2009? Yeah. And see, I guess I haven't worn it very much. You didn't get the shirts till 11.
Okay, one at
I
have her time going.
Your time is going, so you might,
Sorry.
yeah, thank you.
Anyway, 402 South L Street, you already said that, Carol Fields. I've been in Florida since the 50s, and we have 3 generations now that have used the pool, wanted the pool, and are still waiting for the pool. And that was one of the reasons we settled in Lake Worth, my father and mother and 2 brothers. And of course, come to Florida, we have a pool, so that's why that was a reason. Since then, I was on the Lake Worth High School swimming team, and my daughter was, and we all took part in so many activities around the pool, good, wholesome activities with the ocean and the pool. And so I know you guys will do what's best, and we're still counting on you, so don't disappoint us. Thank you.
Thank you. Leonard Bryant, followed by Satori Maxwell.
That's cheating.
Bryant, 402 South L Street. I'm still perplexed how, we don't have any
Lisa's daughter
matching money from the county for the county pool, because we know it's South Olive, West Palm Beach, it's their pool, it's Green Acres pool, it's all these other municipalities, they don't go anywhere but Lake Worth to when they go to the beach or Lantana. I mean, the county should be stepping up to bat. And how long does this parking agreement last with the county? Is that forever? It is?
Yeah.
So that didn't make any sense. But I think the pool, the plan looked fabulous, but it looked like it was a little short on pool and big on everything else. As far as the actual pool itself looked a little small compared to what we have now. And I can remember years ago when during the winter it was heated and we had swim teams come, and now they go to the end of the earth at Olympic Heights. I mean, in Boca, like as far west as you can go, they have a pool, so they go there and practice. So, you know, I don't care if the pool ever makes a dime, but if it was managed correctly and if we had something like what they showed there, it would be bound to be breaking even, I think, anyway. So, anyway, I just think it's important that we make a move towards the pool. And then, but we should be lobbying the county to match what we're putting into it. And I don't know why that's not happening. I mean, because that absolutely should happen. And then also West Palm Beach, like I said, it's their residents. They come to Lake Worth Beach.
Thank you. Is Tori Maxwell gone?
She's only.
I know.
she's
Why is it recorded
she's
here?
only this big.
I know.
Read it.
Doesn't
I
say
would love to
anything.
hear her speak.
It doesn't say anything. That's why it's in.
Okay, well, she weighed in. I bet you she wants a pool, right?
James Kelly. James Kelly, followed by Joanne Kelly.
Jim Kelly, live on 1202 South Lakeside. I want to, congratulate you reading what the public wants. They want a pool, and you need to know, you need to help decide what we get, and that's going to be the hard part. I think you're reading what the public wants, a pool. And I'm surprised at how supportive, I'm sorry to be saying that you are. I misread that myself. The one contribution or consideration I would think would be the grass area behind the casino, which seems like it's increased. There's a potential parking area, and it would be on the same level as the beach, as the pool, and the casino. And I think it'd be a good place particularly for handicapped people to park. And you don't have to completely cover the grassy area. You can at least take half of it. I think that the grassy area has increased. I might have misinterpreted. But congratulations for reading what people want. Thank you.
Joanne Kelly, followed by Sally Welsh Chappelle.
I have to read this because I'll get too emotional. And I wrote it this afternoon before, and I feel a little bit more encouraged after being here. It's time. We must do, and you need to do something tonight about committing something for our pool. What an asset we have. You know we do. We know it's no longer do Delray, Daytona, Palm Beach have what we have. And we have to hang on and revitalize it and draw people to the beach with the penny sales tax. Now that we are Lake Worth Beach, have a beach in our name, means it has to mean something, a destination for all Palm Beach County. 50 years ago, in spite of the fact that we lived off Jog Road, Sunday was to go to the beach. I can only imagine now a family arriving in our beach parking lot, 3 little kids getting all the stuff out, paying the parking, heading over to find that ocean swimming is not allowed due to bacteria or seaweed with lice. And then there could be the pool where the kids really wanted to be anyway, with other kids. Hot, tired, the cost would seem minimal, and all the family would have relief and fun and be happy with Lake Worth Beach and be back next week. You won't find me demonstrating with a pool noodle because it's kind of insulting. I learned how to swim in the casino Lake Worth pool from Cleveland. Okay, was on the Lake Worth AAU swim team. Our relay team was second to Daytona Beach in the state, fourth in the nation. We made Lake Worth proud, and doing it right with this asset, you can again. Not that long ago, the pool was filled with kids learning to swim. Kiwanis volunteers assisted and taught swimming to many in that pool. Teenagers will meet here in a safe and wholesome environment. Perhaps their cell phones will work underwater. Adult swim laps. We're in exercise classes and enjoyed the ambience of people having fun. Come on, commit tonight to a certain portion of that penny sales tax.
Thank you.
And thank you. God, support this.
I was going to have you read it because I didn't
Oh,
have any
I'll read it.
comments, but I would just very quickly because I would.
Right into the microphone, state your name and address, please.
Sally Wells Chapella, 4096 Ruth Road. I'm in the 33461. I'm a former pool manager. I want to make certain that you understand that the pool's got to be 75 feet by 75 feet. When you start cutting the pool down, you're cutting your bathing load down. When you cut your bathing load down, you cut your admissions. You're stopping the money from coming in the door. If you do not have a pool that's 75 feet by 75 feet, which is 8 lanes with 2 little tiny buffer lanes, you still have your splash pad. It needs to be 45 inches on one side of the pool and 6 feet at the other. This would accommodate people such as Wes Blackman, who is 6'6", and other people that need depth water to exercise. Your training room can also cross over as into a party rental room, birthdays, bar mitzvahs, whatever. Lots of neat things can happen in the rental room. It was nothing for me to get $150 for 2 hours at that pool for a birthday party. As we improve it, if we put a slide in, just one small slide that just goes into the deep, it appeals to the teens, the higher end children. You can have a basketball hoop down there that's removable. Lots of activities. There is just so much possibilities, but please don't skip on the pool. Okay, it's got to be deep enough for your adults. You're going to have your baby area, so we don't have to worry about them drowning anymore, and you've got lifeguards there. But the baby area is going to accommodate the moms and the kids. We need something belly button to 6 foot, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more public comment cards?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. I'm gonna pass this out. Final comments? Commissioner Robinson?
Well, I want to thank the public and especially Don Rosenshine and Judith Just and Susan and Oziona for developing a lot more interest in the pool. We do need to commit to it. Let's set a process that we're going to work with the details together and get this moving forward. I look forward to our next meeting to work out more details to fine-tune CPZ's already good start.
Thank you. Mr. Hardy?
Pool and roads. And I feel that if we're talking about facilities that serve utilities have ratepayers and debt capacity that other city service providers don't have. And I would prefer that when we do our roads that we don't lose bike lanes, and I would prefer, if we can, that we can add bike lanes, and if we can add bike lanes that protect cyclists physically from the cars that are passing them. Pool and roads.
I'm wondering where a couple of the other discussions went on things like parking downtown.
Didn't go anywhere.
Didn't go anywhere?
Madam Mayor, the
I
parking,
know. I'm just asking.
that's a conversation to go to the next level.
Benny's on the beach.
We
Was
don't
it brought
have,
up tonight?
we don't have the assessment on Benny's completely finished, so that's why it wasn't even really bought up, but there is some issues with, as we all know, the structure there. We got into the pier and it went from 400,000 to $1 million that we're having to spend just on the pier renovations, the building will have some other conversations about what you want to do there. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can I get a little more direction or more specificity? And I know I heard too Commissioner Robinson ask about another meeting with process. I think CPZ, who came tonight prepared to have a conversation, this is the end of their task too. So if you're wanting to have an open workshop design charrette, is that what I'm hearing? Because I'm not getting direction clear enough to either on dollar amounts or in specificity of design to go to the next steps. And maybe I missed something.
I think taking, I'm sorry, Commissioner Robinson.
Well, if we wait another 2 months, there'll be something, for sure, something else we're going to need to spend it on. Benny's is an ongoing process that involves Lee Lipton, and that's a whole nother process. And the parking downtown wasn't mentioned for a reason, I think. And I'm not completely happy with the two designs. And I want it to be as good as possible. And we're going to have to meet together to make this thing happen. And I don't understand the process that architecturally, with 5 people making a decision, they meet one-on-one and don't accept a process where, and give us 2 designs without ever having a conversation like we had tonight, so that we have to decide on two different schemes. To me, that was not very efficient. Now, I don't know whether it was set up by you or the architects, but it just isn't how it usually is done to work with an architect. It's a process that in my opinion,
Madam
wasn't
Mayor?
that efficient.
City Manager?
In the world of municipal and governmental policy body-driven decision-making processes, generally the policy board gives the direction, the design professionals bring back options, and the commissioners comment on them. That's a general well-established process. Most commissioners and elected officials get into the details in their one-on-ones. Not a lot of them get into minute details of design because there's a lot of things they bring to the table. I guess what I'm asking for right now, because the next step needs to be taken, what is that step? If it's an open conversation with the design professionals in a kitchen table format, using Commissioner Robinson's analogy, is that the direction to us? We just want to do what you want us to do.
I know, and I think that I would just say to Commissioner Robinson, we are doing things the way we need to do. The problem is that we haven't sent a clear message, a uniform message to the professionals that we've hired as to what we want. So I think the next process would be, I am for committing dollars to the pool. I'm for it. I'm ready to do it. But what I need to know is, I need us to sit here, just as Commissioner Robinson said. I think that we need to fine tune it. I think that we need to talk about the size of we need to fine tune the plans that you already came back with, and pick what we like about them and what we don't. I am tired of having this conversation. I am tired of going back and forth. I was tired of opening that pool up and that casino building up and not have that pool restored to the way it was supposed to have been. I want to finish this project for the betterment of this community, for the people who bought homes here because it had a pool, and I look forward to the future in creating additions and more social ways for people to engage with the pool and still do the traditional things at the pool. I'm ready, I'm willing, and I'm able. So I would make a motion if I could, but we're at a work session. so I won't say that, but I would
consensus?
suggest, and I would look for consensus in bringing back this item as part of the sales tax dollar, so we can start this in motion and stop talking about it, make it happen. Do I have consensus on that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that direction.
The direction.
I understand that.
Hold on, let me.
Specific.
The specific is that I would like, if I have consensus on this, and that's what we need a vote from the commission to see if we have consensus of allocating dollars from the penny sales tax
Okay,
to the
I
pool.
misunderstood. Okay, that's.
And if there is a vote, a majority vote of getting dollars to do so, then I would like to proceed with CPC and the public and negotiate together with all of us together at the same time, creating a plan that'll make it happen and look at all the different options that we have on the table.
Limited to $9 million. I mean,
Commissioner Hardy?
Well, you know, a few months ago, I made a motion to allocate whatever the term was, designate money to the pool, and that motion went nowhere. So I'm gonna make a motion. Well, I can't make a motion, but is that in the resolution? No motion made at all. Like, for example, we're gonna make a motion to
we don't-
adjourn later on this evening. That's a motion.
Madam Mayor, for our work sessions, we take no official action. So actually making a motion would be official action, but we can take consensus. I think that's the direction we're looking for.
Okay, so you have me.
Isn't that what I did? Okay,
Yeah.
I just checked.
Yeah, so you have me at 9.5. 9.5 is my number. But I frankly would like to, I have things I care about too, like roads, that I would like to see addressed in a similar manner. I would like to see money committed to these other priorities simultaneously with the pool. So, but my number on the pool is 9.5. My number on roads is every other penny available in the penny sales tax. That's my
So
approach,
that would be 6.5 million.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While you were away from the dais, my comments spoke to the idea that I thought it was premature and maybe not the proper way to handle this is to have this conversation about the beach in a vacuum. We need to, as a body, prioritize the capital needs that we feel are important, and then we have to assign a dollar value to them. I don't think I think it's premature to even pick a dollar value tonight. And frankly, I think we all agreed that after the presentation from CPZ, that the comments made by some members of this body about what they'd like to see with these plans were going to substantially add to the $9 or $10 million figure. And that's before you talk about the parking component that's going to have to be addressed, because if you build it, as you say, and they will come, we're going to need parking.
Actually not. Oh,
Quiet in the chambers, please.
So, again, I think tonight's not the night to, let's say, start throwing dollar values out there. I think we need a commitment to come back here with a priority of what projects we want to fund, and then we start determining how we're going to allocate the $16 million.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson?
Well, some of my suggestions were actually going to cost less than what was proposed. And we're looking for a consensus. If I know that it's been an issue, the beach complex has never been one of your priorities.
Speak to me, Commissioner.
And so I think we need to move on. Look for a date in September or October and continue to move forward. We can value engineer and then decide. We need to move on.
Commissioner Hardy?
What I think we should do is throw out a dollar figure decide on a dollar figure, I think we should get a list of possibilities for that, the different components of that, and then we should rank in writing the possibilities. I think we can do a lot of this stuff, as I've said, in other ways better with questionnaires, right? I think we should be, and then that way we have a something to go off of. But get a dollar figure, all the whether it's the pedestrian front or whether it's the second-story restaurant or two-story restaurant, tiki bar, all these different components. Get a list of them and then rank them, and then that will help inform him in a more solid way. I think that's a appropriate way to go about it.
Publicly.
And the public too.
Well, I think that I'm fine with the ranking system for that. That's fine. I mean, it's awfully hard to say. Once the last presentation happened, when you guys were here, when commissioners, and I'm going to allude to what Vice Mayor Pro Tem was talking about. Once you said, when you're negotiating for something, normally, most of your clients, do they usually come to you and say, now I want to spend $20 million, not a penny less. Do they say that to you? No, they say, how much is it going to cost to do this job? So us coming to you the last meeting and saying, I want to spend 8 or 10, it was like showing your hands in a card game. I mean, it was quite honestly, I was very upset with it the last meeting, because that to me was like, okay, no, now everything that comes back is going to be 8, 9, 10, 11 million. I mean, everyone knows that you buy a car, you buy anything, you don't show your cards and then say whatever. I don't think we should have had that conversation. Now, I know that you're a very professional organization, and I'm not throwing this out to say that, but I want to respect Vice Mayor Pro Tem's comments by saying that, by having that conversation and putting that budget out there. Ironically, it all came out to $8 to $9 million, just like we discussed. Well, they were set to put a budget together to beat that, and I get it. But the perception is not good, and it's not the way we conduct business. It's not the way we do it in utility agreements. It's not the way we do it. There's a silence part of the agreement while you're negotiating when union contracts and anything else, and you come and you see what it's going to be, and then you scale back from there. Again, I'm not saying this negatively towards you. It's just not the way a city normally does business that way. Would we have gotten a plan for $5 million? Who knows? Would it have been a lot more scaled back? Yes. But we have 2 plans all in this price budget because we said that price budget, and not everybody was in agreement at that same time. So that's sort of where we're at. And I understand where the dollars. I am committed to a pool project. I am committed to getting a pool open. I'm committed to doing these things. But I think we need to sit here with your checklist, as you suggested, and go through what it is that we need and what it is that we can afford and put it all together on a paper. But I don't want this to be another somebody coming out with more ideas and add this on and add that on. Let's decide what it exactly is that we need, and at that point, assign the dollar amount to it at the next meeting while we're discussing it with the public. Put that dollar amount in there. I mean, to say up to a certain amount, could it be less than that amount? Can we use an up to?
Yeah, so like that was what I tried to do at the last meeting.
Right.
So what I
Well, I didn't at that point. I wouldn't be having this conversation with you if we hadn't already divulged the amount that we're willing to spend.
I think the way you would buy a house or a car is you go to a realtor and you say, here's my budget, and I want to get something, or you go to a personal shopper and you say, hey, here's my budget, and I want to get something for around this. And if there's someone, and we're not negotiating with him. He's not the contractor. He's just the guy who's designing, the thing. And so, we negotiate with the contractor because we can. And the guy wants the business. The guy's going to do it. Some business is better than no business. So I just think it's important to start with a number and then figure out what fits in your budget the same way you would if you were to buy a house. I would love to live in Palm Beach, but I start with a number first, and so anyway,
well, the thing
I
is,
think we should start with a number, go to the possibilities, rank the possibilities, and then see what comes out fitting within the number.
Well, I think that half the vendors that we do businesses would love us to carry on that procedure. They would love us to tell you what we're willing to pay for anything, and we'd never have to go to bargaining on any other item ever again, because they'd all know exactly what we had in our pockets and we were willing to spend, and we'd probably be bankrupt in a matter of days. Is that correct, City Manager?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just
Madam
FYI.
Mayor?
Yes.
I know, Chris, you were a city commissioner in Dania or?
Plantation.
Plantation, I'm sorry.
Went to Seminole Middle School.
Close. That was close. It's in the right county. It's somewhere south. And I'm sure you've never seen this kind of discussion happen on a political body, either in your official capacity as a city commissioner nor out now as a consultant. But I'm sure he would be happy to keep coming back on conversations of bites of the apple and changing designs. And the old story that a camel is a horse designed by a committee is true. And it happens in structures, it happens in families, and it happens in elected bodies. At some point, you have to really hone down on at least a few things that you agree on. And if there's consensus that you want to build a pool, that's a threshold. If the two options as they presented genuinely are liked, and I don't think they're liked completely by Commissioner Robinson on some of the comments, and y'all have some differences, you know, we can hone those things down to get to the next level. But I would be really loath to come back in here based on just big general comments about we want a pool and we want to have a big open workshop and have a design charrette with everybody basically pulling their crayons out and designing what they want. You're going to be further behind than you are now in making some decisions, unfortunately. And sometimes decisions lead to the best you can hope for is to make everyone angry equally because they all gave something, because nobody agrees. And on this body, I don't think y'all have a complete agreement about what you want. That's why they're here. Can you pick that up, that thought process, please?
When we as design professionals get involved in a project, no matter what it is, especially at this level, maybe not our first question, but right there with it is, what is your budget? We don't bid the construction. You're not buying a car from us. You're not buying the building from us. You're buying our design services that we give you to meet your requirements, both in design and budget. If you tell me you want a pool, as we came back here the very first time, we went from 14 million all the way up to the sky's the limit because we were told to think outside the box. Let's go and just, think outside the box. So this time we needed this direction because we knew your budget was about 8 million. We knew we couldn't meet that. We're just going to be honest to you. We're not going to try to design something that met the $8 million budget. We tried to design something that met what we thought you wanted as a product. And that was even more reinforced when we first met with all of you one-on-one. Here's what we have. Here are the parts and pieces of this. Because that's what we were directed to do, was focus on the pool. So now tonight, I'm hearing a little different story. Not just the pool, but some of our concerns from very beginning that we saw in the very first half was, what are we doing about the service area? Okay? We didn't address that, but it's going to add more money to the project. Okay? So we tried to come back this time to give you parts and pieces. And I think with all of our parts and pieces priced out the way we did, you can kind of understand where $9 million is going and where it will go to be 10 or 11 million. And that doesn't even include a roundabout enlargement or a paved streetscape. Our very first presentation actually had an option to close off the roadway and pave it. Now, that option was blue sky thinking, and we did some really cool things, and that should probably be pared back. But again, a unique look to that front area. So now, and I think it's kind of what we heard tonight, we need to kind of have a better direction to know what parts and pieces. But you have the understanding with what we presented of what a lot of those parts and pieces are going to cost. And that's what we tried to do.
I think you've done an exceptional job. The problem is we've got champagne dreams and a Budweiser wallet,
And now we got to stretch it down.
So, I mean, and I've loved what you did with all your original plans. I mean, the same thing here too. It's almost as if we had, the ability to do it in tiered expenditures so that we could grow. And I like the way you did that, a future entrance way, and you built it to coincide with additional changes and add-ons down the road. I appreciate that. I would also like to say that, the bus service is an important part of getting people and swimmers and people there in the community, and that should be inclusive of the money that we spend. We should make sure that that bus turnaround is there. That's got to be an integral part of the growth of the beach, and also in keeping the parking numbers, from having to build additional spots because people will be able to take public transportation to the beach, I think is also an important component. I'm since the cat's already out of the bag, I'm up to assigning $1 of $9 million if it includes the bus structure.
I thought that was the 250 for the bus stop.
Yeah, I thought we did that separately. Yeah.
Where's Jamie?
That was separate.
The 9.2.
That included the turnaround.
9.25, and so we include the bus structure and the beach.
9.25.
All right, throw the 250 into the 9.2, okay, if that's how you,
So that
okay.
comes out that way. But I think that it's going to be relying on.
Well, it's included, but let's do it at 9.5 and move on.
I'm a 9.5
We
guy
still
as
need to
well.
bring the 250 forward. Don't get confused.
Yeah, but it's in the 9.5,
Vice Mayor?
I want to make it fun.
correct?
250.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The rest of the money, depending on what comes out of our next, to the pool. Anything left over, put in roads. Got that?
So if it's, Madam Mayor, if it's
Because we're still talking that it can go from 10, 11, 16.
No, we're going to.
Or less, if you don't.
Or less. But I'm not willing to put 9.5 and it comes in at 10.5.
No.
And then we're shuffling to try to find more money.
No.
So leave the money on the table. If the pool is the first option, bring back the bus, because we're going to need it for the pool. It's going to get the people from the West community that's going to use the pool, and then figure out what we're going to spend on the pool. If we have any money left over, we put it in roads. Because we keep moving the money around, and my biggest problem is I don't know how we're going to fund it moving forward. That's my biggest concern. All the pieces, we haven't talked about chairs and tables and umbrellas. That stuff's expensive. We haven't even put that on the deck yet. But, we need to make sure that if it's a $10,000 pool, we have $10 million, it's a $10 million, we have $10 million. Because otherwise we're going to be coming back, we're going to need $1 million here, we're going to need $1 million. We have no money left. We're struggling to balance our budget now. So, we have that money, line item until we figure out exactly what we're doing. And if we can cut it back, that's great. But I think moving forward, we're gonna have other, things. Every day I hear from somebody they want, lots of music, lots of lights. All that comes with another dollar item too. That we're not even there yet. So if we're gonna put in kitchens, we're gonna have to put in some kitchen facility. Unless we bring in somebody that's going to do all that. Most of the time, when you rent out a kitchen, you have kitchen equipment. I just put in a brand new kitchen equipment, cost me $25,000 for 600 square feet. It adds up. We have to figure out all those other pieces. So that's where I am. 250 for bring the bus back, put the other money on the table for the pool. Let's figure out what we're going to do. If there's any money left, put it in roads.
And I think there has to be an income producing element of that, as in the restaurant.
If
that
not one or two.
Must be included in that, because a lot of that operation, whoever takes over the restaurant area will probably take up the concessions and chairs and tikis and umbrellas and those types of amenities as part of their overall business plan. They
We
would
need
probably
to make sure we get our biggest bang for our buck.
They'd probably want to take over those, and that would prevent the cost from coming back to us. Quite honestly, how many things can we operate in this city, for crying out loud? Get quality professional people to come in and operate the operations that are meant to be handled by the professionals, not by city people.
Absolutely. And
Sorry.
thank you, as the professional, for being here tonight.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't even know where to begin. But please indulge me. In 2000, there was a $14 million proposal proffered by the City Commission to completely redo the 19 acres up on the beach. And I said at the time that I was against it. Okay. In fact, it went out to bond. It failed. I was against it because the city, as we've talked about many, many times, had so many other needs. Infrastructure, crime needed to be addressed, neighborhoods need to be rebuilt, an economy needed to be reestablished. So it failed. The people said, we don't want to spend $14 million on a beachfront. To advance my concern about infrastructure, generally speaking, in the community, I enlisted the support of a professional engineering company on their own dime to do a 30,000-foot analysis of what the infrastructure needs and the basic needs to put Humpty Dumpty back together again in Lake Worth. They came in and gave a presentation to the commission and were summarily laughed out of the room. The number in 2001 or 2002 was $200 million to get us back to square one. That was in 2001. Now, I came back to the commission in 2009. The city arguably was on the verge of bankruptcy. And none of those addressed the issues that I talked about just a moment ago had been addressed in all those years. In fact, previous administrations, previous elected officials squandered mega millions of dollars in fund balance that we can't account for today. Still can't account for after all these years. And we all know that to be true. To hear a conversation and a process to go the way we are with this pool flies in the face of what I believe the majority of this commission has been about for the last 7 or 8 years of trying to put the city back on the right track. I would love to see a pool component on the beach. But we all know why the pool was never considered when they ramrodded the $6 million casino building through the process, because they knew the public would never accept the cost and the lost revenues that we were going to experience because we constructed it. So it was left out. I railed against the $6 million building for a couple of years. A finance advisory team was conceived by the public. They came back with a business model, and it was rubber stamped. I said, it's not going to work. The consultants came in and said, here's your $6 million building. I said, so I wanted to go along with it because it was being ramrodded right through. It was going to pass 4-1 if I didn't vote for it. I looked the contractor in the face. I said, can you do this for $6 million? Not a penny more. And there are people in this room that were here that night. And they said, sure, we can do it for $6 million, not a penny more. I said, then let me be the one to make the motion to redo this building. And what happened? We value engineered it, and we we come up with a flawed building. Oh, and by the way, we had to spend another roughly $1 million or so on lighting, which was never in the plan. Oh, and by the way, there were hundreds of thousands of dollars in other expenses that were buried in utilities so they could value engineer that building. So here we are, 5, 6, 7 years later, still trying to figure out how to fix just the building component of this. And we are turning around, don't have any concept, we have no evidence, no numbers whatsoever, what type of ability we are going to have to turn those turnstiles at that pool to generate income, and we are going to lose our butts again. Now, we can talk all night about amenities. We can all say it's a great amenity. It is a great amenity, but you know what? If we had people lined out the door at the pool and traffic was backed up halfway to Palm Beach and we were still losing a few dollars, that's an amenity that I would go for. That's an amenity that I can say, you know what? The community truly is benefiting from this amenity. But history has shown us that we had on average 36 users of that pool a day. 36. 30, that is true. City manager, can you affirm, please?
Yes, sir.
36 people. This is over time. Okay? So, we also established back in 2001 that the beachfront itself, the 19 acres, that at the time they wanted to go to bond with was truly a regional facility. And I argued, why don't we get the county to partner with us to help pay for this facility? Wouldn't do it. Nobody was interested in going to the county to do that. The same comment was brought up this evening about partnering on some level.
I went.
I understood.
I went.
So what we're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I see on my plate. And I'm so sorry if anybody is upset about this or doesn't see it this way, the way I do it. I'm sorry. I'm seeing us talking about spending more money on this concept, or one of these concepts here tonight, than we spent on the entire 19 acres up there, only to lose money. And we haven't considered the fact,
Quiet in the chambers, please.
we haven't considered the fact that there are other issues on the beachfront itself as we speak that the public does not know about. For example, Benny's. That building is in all probability going to have to be raised and rebuilt. If that in fact comes to pass, then we have to figure out how to fund that building because we're contractually obligated. We own that building, and the person that leases that building has a very long-term lease. A very long-term lease. They currently generate about $250,000 to our beach fund from their lease at Benny's. Now, we don't know exactly the numbers. I don't know exactly the numbers, but if you have to go out and build a multi-million-dollar building, you're going to have debt service, which is going to chew in a large chunk of that $250,000. Now, factor this in. Now we have a beachfront that we can't pay back the original loan that we talked about back in the day, that has caused an increase in water rates. Now we're going to take $250,000 away in revenue. We're going to put an additional $250,000 strain on the beachfront before we even build this pool complex. Ladies and gentlemen, I think, with all due respect, we need to take a step back, prioritize what we need citywide that's going to benefit our residents, not necessarily the folks who live in Green Acres or Wellington, okay, and have a real conversation about how we're going to spend our $16 million. What a shame it would be, as Commissioner Amoroso suggested, that we just kind of throw all the money at the beach, and then I have to tell residents, well, I'm sorry you can't have that new road, or I'm sorry that the building imploded over there over the Public Works building. I don't want to have those conversations with the residents and say, well, you know what, the commission, they wanted to, this time around, I am not going to be a team player and vote for this on the beachfront like I did in 2011. I won't do it because we got burned. We got burned. I asked pointed questions. I was assured that certain things were going to happen, and it didn't happen, and it cost us more money, and it was failed. And now all we're doing is going to exacerbate the problem by going down this path as quickly as we are with the numbers involved. And that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I appreciate your comments, but I will tell you this. I've been here alongside of you, voting many times in the same direction you have in regards to a lot of those decisions that were made. You weren't alone. You weren't in a vacuum. I was here, and I get it. There were also a lot of other very different people here, and I've come to respect the organization and the people I've served with for making right decisions and doing their homework to know what to do. This is not the same commission. This is a different commission, and we are here to respond. The people of this community have been crying out for this, and in fact, you and I and Commissioner Amoroso, I think the three of us were the ones who got the pool open to begin with. It was shut down when I got elected. It was closed. They knew when they did that casino building that they had no intentions of ever opening that building again, and I was the only one at the time rallying the cry, and Vice Mayor and the Vice Mayor Pro Tem stood by me to do that, and we opened that pool again. But we didn't have the money to do it, so we did it on limited hours. And that's what was mentioned. I heard in the mumblings outside. It was for limited hours because that was all we could afford to do, but at least we got the pool back open again because the people wanted that. The reason the pool closed, and I state these facts because a lot of times people don't hear them or they don't share them when they move on, is the pool was closed not because we wanted to close the pool. The pool was closed because we couldn't keep the pool clean. It had hairline fractures and cracks in it that made it unsafe for groups to swim in the pool because we couldn't chlorinate it enough to stay clean enough for people to use it on a consistent basis. The last thing in the world we wanted to do, in fact, we were trying to build up usage of the pool and introduce night hours and work with the neighborhood associations to try it out. And I was excited because we were finally getting families to come there and and a whole new audience to be introduced to it, along with the people that used it regularly in the limited hours that it could be open, with hopes that we would generate more people to use the pool. The small numbers about lacking are true. I mean, the numbers were not strong. They were very small and very low and not enough to warrant this kind of investment. But also, remember that that was almost a decade ago. Okay? And times and usage and needs are changed. Look at, we're talking about returning a bus line because people didn't want to take the bus at all. And now there's enough people to want to take a bus back into the school. The trolleys were eliminated, right, years ago? Because there wasn't enough participation in the trolley systems. Now today, people will hail Uber and they'll hail an automated car or anything else, and they're talking about this. I mean, the usage and patterns of life and trends are entirely different now than they were a decade ago. So there's ways to make this. Like I said, a true aquatic center like a Lake Lytle will not work for this city. It won't. It won't. And that's why when we were talking about introducing the social aspect to the pool was to actually make it and add revenue generating things. I'm not doing this blindly, and I don't want you to think that. But I think that the times have changed, uses have changed, and the unique way in which we do it with the use of Lake Worth Beach and our new beach and investing in finally finishing that project is something that I'm ready to do now. And I'm ready to watch it carefully, and I'm ready to keep my eye on it every damn day if I have to. And I won't disappoint, and I will be good stewards of the money. But this project has to be finished.
It was never part of the project to begin with, Madam
It
Mayor.
should have been.
Well, okay, but let's be clear, it was never part of the original project.
Well, and I also want to state for the record, too, I did go to meet with the county. And I argued and argued and argued and said it. And the only thing I can think of is that maybe by committing some sort of dollar amounts to it, and I said, well, just the palm trim was here, right? They got approval from Virginia Baker. That was the comment that they made. They got approval from the county commission administrator, right? They said, okay, but if they're going to pick up the cost on that. That bus is letting out right in front of Chrysler Park. That's their park. It's a county park. They're returning a bus route to a county park. I mean, in all honesty, what the Vice Mayor Pro Tem said is correct. They should be contributing and helping us do that. But we were bad stewards of their money a long time ago. And no matter how much we grow and progress, we still haven't gotten them to buy in with us. But they should be contributing with us because we're creating an amenity and we're getting numbers. And I talked with Lauren in our leisure services department, and we're going to be getting numbers in to see what the exact participation of people that use our beach through our parking systems and other methods that we have at the beach to judge where they're from. What is the percentage of people using our beach that are from Lake Worth Beach, and where else are they from, so we can see. And I wanted that to make a stronger argument to the county to get those numbers in so that we can then go back and say, look at this. In my estimate, 70% of the people using the beach are from outside of Lake Worth Beach. We're a county beach. That's why you gave that money. They should be contributing and helping us in that. But with that said, maybe us showing, just like we did with Palm Tram, by saying, we'll put money on the table, we've got skin in the game, maybe by doing this here now, they will see and know, and maybe will come to the table and help us in regards to this pool as well. But I think that we're doing the right thing. Commissioner Hardy.
Yeah. So the first thing I'll say is what Commissioner Maxwell is arguing here, to me it kind of represents what the economists call homo economicus, right?
Excuse me?
Homo economicus. Here we got, anyway. It's an
evolutionary joke.
Yes, it's an evolutionary joke. But when you take an economics class, right, you look at decisions the way that someone thinking about the economic aspects of the decision rationally, how they would approach the issue, thinking only about the economics of the situation. And I think, Commissioner Maxwell, you have really focused on the economics of the beach and the pool and the opportunity cost and all of those things. And I think that those things matter. And I think Homo economicus would probably disagree with our approach to the pool, On the other hand, I think our residents would probably disagree with Homo economicus, because to our residents, there are things that are more important than just the dollars and cents. Our residents want the city to provide amenities to them that other cities provide to their residents. So, and I think that that's something that matters too. And I think, you know, one of the reasons why we're having this conversation is because there's a guy at the end of the dais here who really led on this issue and who put items on the agenda over and over and over again when nobody really wanted to talk about it. And there were people out in the community, activists, who forced us to kind of change our thinking about this particular issue. And I think what's been really clear is our residents really want a pool. Did I grow up in a city that had a pool on the ocean? No. Do I understand the you know, why people want it so badly? Not completely. I don't understand the why. But what I do understand is that the residents want it. They've asked for it repeatedly. They've made it clear. They've signed petitions. And this is something that they really want. And so I think it's just time to shut down the opportunity cost discussion, the dollars and cents discussion at a certain level, right? I think obviously you want a pool that works, that won't explode financially. But it's what the residents want. You know, the other thing about Palm Beach County, we've all met Virginia Baker here. Virginia Baker is not spending a dime of Palm Beach County's money on this pool. There are many locally owned, you know, municipally operated amenities like the West Palm Beach Golf Course that gets used by people all over the county. You know, you can go to every city and find a municipally owned something that the city could make an argument that says, hey, you know, county, this is a regional this or that. You guys need to I don't think it's a good expenditure of our political capital to ask this lady for that. There are many things we could ask her for. I just don't think we're ever going to break through that wall with.
Chrysler Park is right there.
I understand, but
It's not our own amenity. It's Chrysler Park.
sure. But what you know, my gut feeling is that the county administrator, her board members have issues getting dollars out of Virginia Baker. We're not going to get a dime out of Virginia Baker for this. I mean, you know. But anyway, and then, you know, the Benny's issue about that building is true. There are issues with that building, but to me, that's a site control issue. I think the real problem is, you know, Mr. Lipton's lease is not a very long-term lease. By the charter, it has to be less than 20 years. We can't give him a lease longer than 20 years. So guess what? He can't go to a bank and borrow money, or he can't. I wouldn't put any of my personal money, not very much of it, into a building that I don't have control of for, at this point, what is it now, less than a decade, right? So if we want to solve that problem, we don't have to spend a dime, put it on the ballot to give the guy a 99-year lease so he can go out and finance these improvements himself. We don't have to spend a dime on that. Give the guy site control. That's the solution. And people are going to freak out about that, but it would improve the building without us spending a dime, and we put it to ballot, and he gets site control. He can get the financing that he needs.
But you're selling the.
You're right.
That's the
right.
problem.
But,
we haven't
but,
been able to have the
but-
grown-up conversation about public-private
Yeah,
partnerships.
yeah. Look,
we need to start
yeah.
talking about
if
that.
if this were, you know, if I were being cynical, I would talk about political feasibility, right? But what I would say is our residents are very keen on public assets remaining, you know, in the public.
Agreed.
I think, though, that everybody understands that the gentleman up there who's operating Benny's has been a net benefit to the city and to this community. The guy, you know, when he started, he had a small number of employees. He's got close to 100. They've got benefits, you know.
Did he say benefits?
they've got benefits. We should put it on the table for the guy to get site control so that he can finance his. He wants to be a business person up there,
Correct.
But we're not letting him. And so I think this is one thing where our residents would be okay with giving someone site control for 99 years at the beach, and I would frankly like to see that come forward. So, pool, my number's 9.5. My number's 9.5.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Commissioner Archer, thank you for your comments. 2 or 3 meetings ago, I don't recall what the subject was at the time, but you had made a comment that all things should be on the table at all times. And I think that that's really what I'm trying to get at here, that we need to get everything out on the table and take a look at everything that we may have to deal with. Because this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a windfall for this penny sales tax probably will not happen again in our lifetime, okay? Or at least while we're public servants. So, you know, I just want everybody to be very, very mindful that our needs are many, and that it's going to break my heart to tell people they can't have any more roads because we spend it all on the pool. And people say, well, I don't even go to the pool. Okay?
I don't think it should all be spent on the pool. I
Yeah.
think that money should also go
Well,
to roads. I do.
Well, you know, and with all due
consistent about
respect,
that from the very
you
beginning.
know, the issue of this pool coming up over and over and over, and the activism and all goes with it. I get it, and I appreciate the activism. However, I've seen activism out of 30 or 40 people. Okay, and we have probably upwards of 50,000 people in this community that we need to serve. So, you know, if you want to use the fact that if you want to use the argument that the community really wants this, then I think we need to ask the question, but ask it properly. One of the things I've heard over the last couple of years with regard to the pool is, who wants to have a pool on the beach? And of course, everybody raises their hand. The right question is, do you want to have a pool on the beach that's going to cost X amount of dollars and you're not going to get this because you got this? That's the correct question to ask. I'd love to have a puppy, but if you didn't tell me I had to, you know, train it and feed it and, you know, groom it. So that's all I have for tonight, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson, you want to close this out?
Or we're going to wait for Commissioner Amoroso to come back?
He's coming back.
I think he's spent.
He's left the building.
I think Elvis has left.
He's left the building.
So, I hope that we have consensus tonight, and I'm looking forward to the next meeting and working out a priority list for CPC to come back with a good project.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, I believe his business, he didn't have somebody backing up his store, so he had to actually run. That's what, he didn't just arbitrarily leave the building.
I saw him and
No, he was shorthanded, is what he had told me earlier, so I'm sure that's what he's doing. So what I'm hearing and understanding is we're going to work with the design professionals on another workshop environment to be more in detailed about these options.
I think along with the public, we should together, I'm sorry.
And keeping in mind that we're going to go out to bid, and we're hopefully get 3 bids for a lot of the disciplines there, and who knows?
Okay, but at this point in time, you're nowhere near bid documents.
No,
Okay,
but that's
we're
the
still trying to get
process.
concepts. Okay.
I think also was in conversation too was about the bus shelter, bringing the bus.
Well, I got my list here that I'm going to go down real quick. So if we're clear on that, we'll work with the consultants and Juan on. Okay.
I'm hearing another issuance of another task order to continue working.
It's going to be another task order, and we're going to have more
we-
work product to do.
We already spent $290,000.
One at a time, please.
Already spent.
It's the soft cost associated with the $10 million project, $9 million project is a certain percentage. We're well within that right now. You're going to have to spend money in soft cost engineering and design to get to a bid document. That's factored into these overall costs. So
Good.
Please don't think that this is like calling up Atlantic Pool. Hey, I want a pool in my backyard. This is obviously quite complicated. Necessarily so, okay? So what we're hearing is we're going to bring back another workshop. We're going to get with the design professionals. We're going to try to figure out what the discussion looks like here in a workshop environment with y'all, okay? So it might be on their best advice, presenting some more concepts, pared down concepts, and looking at what it is you like and don't like.
Before coming in here tonight, I mean, the ideas that I had in my brain were, I think Jamie needs money for that building, and I think that building, I know there was discussion about that, and I'm not going to debate it any further. I'm just saying, I think that I was looking for $8 million for the pool, $2 million or $3 million for Jamie. I didn't realize it was going to come out to there. And then the additional $1 million on road maintenance projects. You've got a public facility that's needed repairs, an open to the public facility that's been in need of repairs, and try to spread the love around as much as I can. And 3 key factors was what I was hoping to do with the remainder of this money.
Okay, and that conversation can continue as we get down the road to finding out exactly what this thing is,
Right.
this camel. So we're going to bring that back in a workshop with another task order with the consultants. And we'll take as much time as necessary with as many meetings to get to a product.
Hey, we're having a meeting tomorrow too, and we're also having another one on
Granted.
Thursday. So
Okay, and so what else I heard? Are we clear at this point on the task order and having more conversations here to bring something back? Yes. Nod your head. There he goes. All right.
we'll talk about that later because it's the bewitching hour of 10 o'clock where nobody's heads
We're
on.
going to include the bus shelter. That's coming to you in an agreement as part of the process and commitments, part and separate through your normal agenda process. The public services motor pool, there was conversations about that. We're going to bring you back some more data in a separate conversation, most likely, on what financing based on there might be some user fees associated with the utilities, but I also heard some interest in potentially giving some sales tax money towards that. But you need more information.
It's been a decade. The thing's fallen down, and if we don't do something about it, it's
Granted.
going to completely fall apart.
Okay. You want some workshop information on roads? We're going to regenerate the needs list for the city based on the data in the PCI index. Madam Mayor.
Yes.
In that list needs to be the several miles of unpaved roads. I know they don't show up on the, they didn't show up on that list because they're not roads. They didn't get graded on the PCI. But I think that absolutely needs to be in there, and I think they should be first. But as far as this process about the pool, it needs to be a dollar value, possible components and elements, rank the components based on priorities and values and cost, and then we need to discuss this ranking and on this dais negotiate with each other about what we think is important and then decide going forward. I think that's a more or less orderly process.
And a performer on the operations of a facility and what kind of rent that could generate.
Yeah, because we haven't had that conversation.
Right.
About
they're not even
management.
ready for that.
Well, but we haven't had the conversation because there will be income from.
Yes.
The design.
Plus the 5,000 square feet that.
Can I get some clear, Sean Ruiz, Assistant City Manager for the record.
Getting late.
I need clarity though on how to.
Talk into the microphone, please.
I need clarity on how to proceed with CPZ as far as the issuance of a third task order. These guys, as far as I'm concerned, have completed their second task order, which is what got us to the design tonight, preliminary. But
Can we
put
first
Chris
bite-
on the spot, but I don't think he's going to come here and work for free. So is there a budget? Because, we're
For a
upwards of
task order?
$300,000.
Could we go, now, the initial plans that they had, the larger plans with all those projects in, they were dollared out, right, for the different amounts for each of those projects like
Correct.
you did for this?
Mhm.
Can we just pay their rate for initial meetings going back with the different items from the different projects so that we can see them with the costs?
So you want to go back, if I understand correctly, to the big proposal that had.
I'm saying, or do we just start from this point? Well, there was some, you guys mentioned certain items
Yeah.
that are in that first original plan.
It's not going to, if I may, Mayor,
Yeah.
respectfully,
I'm just,
we're not getting everything for $9.5 million. Not
Yeah,
happening.
that's- yeah.
I know
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
Here's some other things. In order to shut down the road, you're looking at no less than $1 million to improve the service area. Okay?
Okay.
That's before we touch the pool. Just to increase the size of the dumpster service area. That's why, that's the biggest reason why we haven't talked about designing, shutting down the front of the casino building on a permanent basis.
But see, you know what?
All right?
That's a conversation you and I had, and I'm sure you had that conversation with other. This is the conversation right here that we need to have.
We had it in public when you got the first presentation.
And that's why I can't
But
understand
it
what.
goes off in these tangents, and then everyone loses interest.
Be-
and you
To piggyback,
one at a time,
to
please.
piggyback once again, Mayor, we happen to have champagne tasting a beer budget.
I understand that.
So,
So can we make it
Can,
in between?
I'll build
no,
anything you want.
we're still-
White wine spritzer.
the process. Let's finish the process here and
Madam Mayor.
Can,
Commissioner Robinson.
Can we set up our own priorities, gather them together, and if you want to distribute them to us, I think we need to know what we're all thinking before we start talking.
Specifically to the pool design? Are you talking
complex.
about Commissioner Hardy's survey questionnaire? If that's what
Yeah,
you
a
guys
survey
direct us to
type-
do, I
Wait,
would absolutely
are
do
you
that.
talking on the pool specifically?
The complex.
The
complex.
Now we're in complex. See, that's where
Well-
this whole thing goes awry every single time.
Well,
But appreciate
First, it was about the complex.
Madam Mayor.
It has
Commissioner Hardy.
Okay, so look, there are things that were mentioned here tonight that go beyond the pool. I think we keep saying the word pool because the pool is kind of like the focus of the conversation, but there are things around it, such as the area in front of the casino, the loading area, drive-up area, etc. I think all those things, again, we need to be presented with that stuff, their cost, and I think we need to be given the opportunity to rank that stuff. And I think stuff that doesn't make the cut as far as the budget that we agree on, then it just doesn't make the cut. Of course, we're not going to get everything for $9.5 million. But what we need is a mechanism for ranking our priorities. And I think the best way to do that in an orderly way is to present us with a questionnaire that has costs and things like that. We can sit down in solitude and with time and write these things out and do that, and then give that to our consultant, give that to staff, and come back and have a discussion based on things on paper, right? This conversation will never end if we don't put things on paper. So that's the way I think we should proceed with this, and I'm wondering if would that be helpful to staff? Would that be helpful to the consultant as we approach 10 o'clock, which is the...
If in essence, that is what happens. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, we got to commit to it, though.
Well, yes, you have to commit to it. First it was, okay, well, let's just focus on the pool, right? Because a lot of people in the community care less what we do with the casino building. They just want the pool open. That's a heck of a lot less money.
Yeah, but you need a
Well, see, then it comes to our well, let me finish. Then it comes to our public obligation. Well, if we don't do this, then there's going to be a problem with that. And we already created this building, so all of a sudden now the casino complex is partially in there because there are issues that need to be addressed in the casino project. And how can we do the pool and increase the traffic there if we don't address these issues at the complex as well? And because we're trying to be good stewards of the money, that comes in what I'm saying. It's not as simple as it seems.
We know that.
It's not as simple as it seems. So we're trying to do it, but you can't. First it was, okay, let's just keep it to the pool. You guys have said that a million times. So we kept it to the pool, and then it said, no, what about all these other things? And then today it was just said, well, what just about a pool again? The checklist is fine. I'll do whatever you want. I'm just ready to do this thing already.
So can we decide on a process to do this thing, which might include...
Let's have a meeting about meetings. Yes, let's decide on a process.
Like right now, we can decide to say, staff, we ask each of us for a budget on paper, present to us a list of possibilities, costs associated with this stuff, potential revenue opportunities for this stuff, and then rank our priorities, and then we come up here after having done all that, submit it to staff, submit it to consultant, and then we can have a discussion based on things we've actually written down. I don't think that's a difficult thing.
Please answer that, yeah.
Madam Mayor, Commissioner Hardy, I was hoping that's what happened with this product you have before you.
I was too.
And in the conversations, I don't know, Chris, what conversations you had with each commissioner, because staff's been trying to stay out of this.
No.
We're
That's
trying
too
to get
private. That's
Yes,
private.
baloney.
That's too
And
wishy-washy.
I don't even
Hold
believe
on, let me
that.
finish. Let me finish.
I don't even believe
Each
that.
of you.
I have no idea what each of them said to Chris.
Well, of course you don't.
I can't tell you.
Create a question. I know. Create a questionnaire.
But I can tell you with some degree of certainty the complexity of a questionnaire and the ability to get everyone to fill it out and submit it and you to make sense of it. Is that going to be a better project? That still.
Or do you want to run away with
why don't
your
we
tail
just
between your legs?
It's a decision-making mechanism. It's a decision-making. Chris is doing his part. We haven't created an orderly process to give final direction to Chris. We need stuff on paper.
The consultant has done his part. Y'all don't trust it.
Thank you.
You have not trusted the numbers from the beginning when this process started. You have not ever trusted the numbers from the get-go.
Can I-
One at a
can I
time,
make-
please.
Truly.
Oh, well, I'd like to make a comment.
We have 2 minutes.
See, the thing is that normally the way other functional cities run, they do this and they come there and they don't have their commissions creating new ways to do everything and reinvent the wheel every 2 seconds. Normally, they just come and they present their ideas and we tweak it and we go through it and we negotiate and we debate a little bit and then you make a decision and you do it. But no, we've got to analyze everything to death, and so nothing actually gets done. And I think the people of this community really would like something done.
Can I ask for a consensus that we're going to spend we're going to try to budget a $9.5 million project?
We need a consensus on process. We don't have a process that we trust.
We're never
Can
going to
I-
get anything accomplished with this kind of
Can I
stuff happening
finish?
every meeting. Yes, please,
And
Mr.
we'll create a questionnaire or priority list of things that we want to tweak, come back, and then involve the architect.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Can we have the consensus on
We
that?
already gave it. We all did.
We're good with that?
Consensus to move forward with the project, correct.
The consultants, get a consensus, we can get something.